So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel Cosmic Harry, and today I am here with amazing crossover. What if Harry Potter chosen as the spy of Azkaban? In this video Harry Potter will go on Azkaban as a spy. So if you are new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. And as you already know, we are super close for 10k subscribers, so if you haven't subscribed yet, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Also share this with your friend as much as you can. Now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what if stories, please let me know below the comments section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was spy in Azkaban? The door to the headmaster's office clicked shut behind Harry, and the sound felt too final for a room that usually smelled like lemon drops and old parchment. The torches flared once, then steadied, as if the castle itself had taken a breath and decided not to speak. Harry took one step forward and stopped when the air prickled against his skin, words tightening like a cold hand around his ribs. Dumbledore did not look up from the desk straight away. He was standing, not sitting, one palm resting on the wood as if the desk was the only thing keeping him in place. Snape was there too, near the window, dark robed still as a curtain. Fawkes watched from his perch, head tilted, the soft sound of feathers settling the only movement in the room. "You are late," Snape said. Harry's mouth was dry. "You sent for me." Dumbledore finally lifted his eyes, and Harry hated how tired they looked. Not gentle tired, not kind tired. Strategist tired. "Thank you for coming so quickly," Dumbledore said. "Please, sit." Harry did not sit. His fingers were already curling around his wand, and he did not pretend otherwise. "What is this?" Snape's lip twitched. "Paranoia. Sensible, in your case." "Enough," Dumbledore said softly, and somehow it was not soft at all. Harry kept his gaze on Dumbledore. "You locked the door." "I did," Dumbledore said. "And I silenced the portraits. And I strengthened the wards around this room for the next 10 minutes. Harry felt his heartbeat in his throat. "Why?" Dumbledore's hand tightened on the desk. "Because we are going to discuss a plan that cannot survive daylight." "Not yet." Snape's eyes flicked to Harry's wand. "Put it away." Harry did not. "Say it." Dumbledore inhaled, slow, controlled. "Azkaban is changing." Harry blinked once. "That prison has been the same for centuries." Dumbledore's gaze stayed steady. "It has never been the same, Harry. It has only been ignored with consistent enthusiasm." Snape gave a short, quiet laugh that held no humor. "You would be amazed what people can pretend not to notice when the alternative is doing something difficult." Harry's fingers tightened until his knuckles ached. "What does this have to do with me?" Dumbledore's voice dropped a fraction. "The Ministry is feeding the Dementors." The words landed wrong. Harry's stomach turned as if he had swallowed ash. "That's not," Harry started, then stopped because he could not find the clean sentence. "That's insane." "It is also convenient," Snape said. "And therefore unsurprising." Harry's mind raced, grabbing for anything solid. "How do you know?" Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Snape, then back. "Because I have watched patterns in disappearances. I have watched the Ministry's paperwork become more vague at the same time that Azkaban's reports become more urgent. I have heard whispers from people who work near the prison, and they all say the same thing without realizing they are saying it." Harry's throat tightened. "What thing?" "That the Dementors are hungrier," Dumbledore said. And that hunger is being encouraged. Snape's voice was flat. The Ministry believes it can manage them if it keeps them satisfied. Harry stared. Satisfied with what? Dumbledore's pause was brief, but it was still a pause. With suffering. Harry felt something in him go cold. He thought of the way the air had felt around a Dementor, like the world had forgotten warmth. He thought of the screams, of the way happiness had been ripped out of him like a hand tearing through skin. You're telling me they are, Harry forced out, making it worse on purpose. I am telling you that they are making bargains with monsters, Dumbledore said, and they are calling it security. Snape's eyes narrowed. They are not philosophers. They are administrators. They believe the world can be filed neatly into forms and stamped into obedience. Harry's voice came out sharper than he meant. So what do you want? You want me to go to the Ministry and shout at them? Dumbledore's eyes held his. No. Harry's stomach sank. Dumbledore said very carefully, I want you to go to Azkaban. For a moment, the room felt too small. Harry's breath caught, and his mind refused to move. Say that again, he said. Dumbledore did not look away. I want you inside that prison. Harry let out a harsh laugh that sounded wrong even to him. You can't be serious. Snape's voice was like a blade. He is. Harry's gaze snapped to Snape. You think this is a good idea? I think it is a necessary one, Snape said, and the bitterness in his tone had teeth. There is a difference. Harry swung back to Dumbledore. No. No, you cannot, he said, the words tumbling out fast now, panic pushing them. You can't ask that. You can't just send me into a place like that. Dumbledore's expression tightened, just slightly. I am not asking. Harry froze. Snape watched him with open satisfaction, as if he had been waiting years to see this moment. Dumbledore's voice stayed calm, but it cut. I am telling you what must be done if we want to stop what is coming. Harry's chest rose and fell too fast. What is coming? Dumbledore's gaze flicked to the side, as if he could see the prison through the castle walls. A threshold. The Dementors are not simply feeding. They are adapting. Snape's mouth twisted. Something in Azkaban is waking. Harry swallowed. What? Dumbledore looked at him, and for the first time tonight, the gentleness cracked through the strategist's mask. There is a heart to that prison, he said quietly. Not a metaphor, Harry. Something built. Something anchored. Harry's skin prickled. You're talking about dark magic. Yes, Dumbledore said. Older than the Ministry. Older than their control. Azkaban was not built on emptiness. It was built on a foundation that draws suffering and turns it into strength. Harry's mind flashed to the sea, to the black shape on the horizon he had seen once when he was younger, and he remembered thinking it looked like a tooth. Snape's voice dropped. Echrisdes. Harry's eyes narrowed. Who? An ancient wizard, Dumbledore said, who built Azkaban long before it became a prison. He used it as a place to hide, to torture, to experiment. Harry's stomach rolled. And the Ministry just, he said, voice rough, moved in and started locking people up there. They inherited a weapon and convinced themselves it was a wall, Snape said. Harry looked between them. So you want me to go in there and find this heart? And determine who is feeding it, Dumbledore said. And stop it, if possible. Harry's laugh this time was sharp and ugly. Stop it. Right. Just me. Walk in, Have a look around, punch the prison in the face, leave. Snape's eyes glittered. If you cannot manage sarcasm, Potter, try silence. It suits you better. Harry's wand lifted a fraction. Dumbledore's voice snapped, suddenly hard. Enough. The room went still. Even Fawkes stopped shifting, as if the Phoenix was listening. Dumbledore said, "This will not be you walking in with banners. This will be you entering as a prisoner." Harry's stomach dropped so fast he felt dizzy. "No," he said, and it came out like a plea he hated. "No. You can't do that." Snape's voice was almost bored. "Of course he can. The question is whether you can endure it." Harry's head snapped again. "You would love that, wouldn't you?" Snape stepped forward a fraction, the candlelight catching the edge of his face. "I would love nothing about this. I simply accept reality." Harry's breathing turned shallow. "Why me?" Dumbledore did not hesitate. "Because you can withstand the Dementors longer than most. Because you can lie with your mind and not only your mouth. Because you have been inside darkness and walked out again." Harry's throat hurt. "That doesn't mean I should go back in." Dumbledore's eyes softened, then hardened again. "It means you are the only one who might survive long enough to learn the truth." Harry stared at him. "So this is it," he said, voice shaking despite him. "This is the part where you tell me I have to sacrifice something again." Dumbledore flinched, just slightly. "Yes." Silence pressed down. Harry forced his voice steady. "How?" he said. "Are you planning to get me convicted?" Snape's mouth curved. "Good. We are past the tantrum." Harry ignored him. His gaze stayed on Dumbledore. "How?" Dumbledore's hand lifted, palm open. "We will stage a crime that the Ministry cannot ignore." Harry's mouth went numb. "You want me to become," he said slowly, "a traitor?" Dumbledore did not blink. "I want you to become a prisoner." Harry's head shook once small. "Ron and Hermione," he said, and the words scraped. "You're going to let them think I did it." Dumbledore's voice was quiet. "I am." Harry's eyes burned. "No." "It must be believable," Snape said coldly. "If your friends know, you will be watched differently. The Ministry will smell it. The Dementors will feel it." Harry's stomach lurched. He could already see Hermione's face, the way she got when she felt betrayed and terrified at the same time. He could hear Ron's voice cracking between anger and disbelief. Harry's hands shook. He tried to still them. "So I go in alone," he said, and it was a statement, not a question. Dumbledore's gaze held his, and the silence was his answer. Harry swallowed hard. "And if I die?" Dumbledore's mouth tightened. "Then we will mourn you," he said, "and the prison will continue to grow." Snape's voice was merciless. "Which is why you will not die. You will learn discipline for once in your life." Harry's eyes flashed. "I have discipline." Snape's smile was thin. "You have stubbornness. They are not the same." Dumbledore stepped around the desk, slow. "Harry," he said, and his voice softened. "I do not say this lightly. I do not ask this easily. I would not ask if there was another path that did not end with hundreds more souls being devoured." Harry's chest felt tight, like someone had wrapped cords around it. "You're asking me to walk into the worst place in our world and sit there," he said, voice rough, "and pretend I deserve it." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "And while you sit there, you will watch. You will listen. You will map what others cannot. You will find the crack in the wall." Harry's jaw clenched. And what do I do when they come for my head? He said. Or my sanity? Snape's voice was flat. A clemency. Harry's eyes narrowed. You, he said, are not teaching me. I am, Snape said, with something dark and satisfied in the words. Harry felt his temper flare. I said no. Dumbledore's voice cut in. You will train, he said, every day, until the day you enter that prison. Harry's throat tightened. When? Dumbledore's gaze flicked toward the window, where the night was deep and quiet. Soon, he said. Days, not weeks. Harry let out a breath that shook. And my cover, he said. What crime? Dumbledore's eyes did not waver. The theft of a ministry-restricted artifact. Harry's stomach turned. That sounds like you want me to be accused of working for Voldemort. Snape's mouth curled. Congratulations. You understand politics. Harry's voice dropped. You're going to let them call me a Death Eater? Dumbledore's silence was answer enough. Harry's body went rigid. He felt heat behind his eyes, and he hated it. He hated how quickly his own body betrayed him. I need your consent, Dumbledore said. Harry barked a laugh. You just said you're not asking. Dumbledore's face tightened. I am not asking for permission to fight this war, he said. I am asking for your consent to do it in this way. Harry stared at him. That's not the same thing. It is the only thing I can offer you, Dumbledore said. Truth. And a choice that is not really a choice. Snape's voice was a whisper of disdain. Heroics demand discomfort. Harry snapped. Shut up. Snape's eyes glittered. Or what, Potter? You will curse me in front of the headmaster. Harry's wand twitched, and for a second, Harry wanted to. He wanted the clean relief of anger. Dumbledore stepped closer, and his voice lowered. Harry, he said, if you agree to this, you must become cold when you need to. You must become quiet. You must become someone who can sit beside monsters and not let them see your fear. Harry's throat worked. I'm not afraid. Snape's laugh was a soft, sharp thing. Liar. Harry's gaze flicked to him, then back to Dumbledore. I am, he said, and the honesty tasted like blood. But I'm not afraid of them. I'm afraid of what you're asking me to do to everyone else. Dumbledore's face softened. I know. Harry's hands shook harder. He forced them still by gripping his wand like it was a railing. If I do this, Harry said, I need one promise. Dumbledore nodded. Name it. Harry's voice went low. If I find that heart, he said, if I find proof the ministry is feeding them, you do not negotiate. You do not compromise. You end it. Snape's eyes narrowed, like he could already see the argument that would come. Dumbledore's pause was measured. I will do what is necessary. Harry's mouth tightened. That is not a promise. Dumbledore's gaze held his, and something heavy sat in that look. You want certainty, Dumbledore said softly. I can offer you intent. I can offer you my will to stop it. I cannot offer you a world where every move is clean. Harry's stomach twisted. Then I need another promise, he said. Dumbledore's voice stayed quiet. Yes. Harry's jaw clenched. You do not let Ron and Hermione get dragged into this, he said. You do not let the ministry punish them because of me. Snape's mouth curved in a thin smile. They will punish them anyway. Associations are a favorite sport. Harry snapped his gaze at him. And you will stop it? Snape's smile did not reach his eyes. I will do my job. Dumbledore nodded once. I will protect them as much as I can. Harry swallowed. And if it comes down to them or the plan, he said, voice tight, you choose them. Silence stretched. Dumbledore's eyes did not flinch, but Harry saw the weight behind them. I will not sacrifice children, Dumbledore said finally, each word careful. Not if there is another path. Harry's chest tightened. It was not enough. It was never enough. But it was all Dumbledore would give. Harry stared at the floor for a second, then forced himself to look up. Fine, he said, and his voice sounded like it belonged to someone else. Tell me what you need me to do. Snape's eyes sharpened, as if he had been waiting for that surrender. Dumbledore exhaled, slow. Tonight, he said, we begin training your mind properly. Tomorrow, we begin shaping a public narrative. And within days, you will be seen committing a crime. Harry's mouth went dry. And then I get arrested. Yes, Dumbledore said. And then I get tried, Harry said. Yes. And then I get sent to Azkaban, Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes stayed on his. Yes. Harry nodded once, short and stiff. Then we start, he said, and his voice went flat. Before I change my mind. Snape stepped closer, and Harry felt the way his presence filled the space, oily and sharp. Empty your thoughts, Snape said. Harry's jaw clenched. You always say that like it's a button. Snape's eyes narrowed. And you always respond like you are incapable. Harry's wan hand shook again. He lowered it. Fine, he said. Go on. Snape's gaze pinned him. Legilimens. The word hit like cold water. Harry's mind buckled under the pressure, and he fought, instinctive, ugly, throwing up walls that were not walls, just panic and grit. He saw flashes, like images slamming into him. The cupboard under the stairs. A green flash. Cedric's face. Sirius falling. He tasted iron and salt and felt the sting of tears he refused to let out. Control, Snape hissed. Harry shoved back, and the room spun for a moment. He forced his breathing slower, forcing his mind into a narrower corridor. Dumbledore's voice reached him, calm, like a hand on his shoulder. Harry, he said, do not fight with fury. Fight with focus. Harry swallowed. He grabbed one thought, one hard thing, and held it. A blank stone wall. A cold ocean. Nothing else. Snape pressed again. Harry's head rang. His knees threatened to buckle, but he held the wall. He did not know how long it lasted. Seconds, minutes, an hour. Time broke into pieces. When Snape finally lowered his wand, Harry's entire body was shaking. His shirt clung to his back with sweat, and his throat burned like he had been screaming. Snape looked disgusted. Pathetic, he said. Harry's voice came out hoarse. Then teach me, he snapped. Because you're the one who said I'd die if I don't. Snape's eyes narrowed, then he gave a single sharp nod as if acknowledging a point he hated. Tomorrow, he said. You will do it again. And again. And again. Harry's hands were still trembling when he finally pushed himself upright. He realized then that Dumbledore had been watching him the whole time without moving, as if he had been measuring how much Harry could bend before he snapped. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze. You're sure? He said quietly. Dumbledore's expression was tight. No, he said. But I am certain we cannot do nothing. Harry nodded, because there was no other motion that made sense. His head felt heavy, his mind sore. Dumbledore's voice softened. Go to your friends, he said. Be with them tonight. Harry's stomach clenched. I'm supposed to lie to them. Dumbledore's eyes stayed on his. You are supposed to protect them. Harry's throat tightened. He turned, moved toward the door, then stopped with his hand on the handle. Sir? He said without looking back. Yes, Harry. Harry's voice was low. If this goes wrong, he said, if I start to lose it in there, I need a way out. Snape's laugh was short. Do you think Azkaban has a request form? Dumbledore's voice stayed quiet. There will be a signal, he said. A phrase. Harry turned his head slightly. What phrase? Dumbledore paused, then said, I am drowning. Harry felt the word settle in his chest like a stone. He nodded once, then opened the door and walked out before he could change his mind. The corridor outside felt warmer, like the castle was pretending everything was normal. Harry walked fast, fists clenched, ignoring the portraits that turned their heads to watch him. His legs felt heavy, but he kept moving. By the time he reached the Gryffindor common room, he had forced his expression into something neutral. He pushed the portrait open and stepped in, the roar of chatter hitting him like a wave. Ron was by the fire, socks on, feet propped up like he owned the place. Hermione was at a table with books spread out, quill moving fast. Ginny sat on the arm of a chair, tossing a quaffle up and catching it, eyes on Ron like she was waiting for him to say something stupid. Harry's presence landed like a pebble in water. Ron looked up first. Mate, Ron said, grin already forming, then it faltered when he saw Harry's face. Blimey! You look like you've been hexed. Hermione's head snapped up. Harry, what happened? Ginny slid off the arm of the chair, eyes narrowing. Where have you been? Harry's mouth went dry. He heard Dumbledore's words in his head. Protect them. He had lied before. He had kept secrets. But this felt like swallowing glass. I had to see the headmaster, Harry said. Ron squinted. At this hour? Hermione's eyes were sharp. That's not an answer. Harry forced a shrug. It was important. Hermione stood, pushing her chair back. Important like when you went to the ministry last year, she said, voice tight. Important like when you think you have to do everything alone. Ron's ears went a little red. Don't start, he muttered, then looked at Harry again. But she's got a point. Harry swallowed. I'm not. He started, then his voice cracked slightly and he hated it. He forced it steady. I'm not going to the ministry. Ginny's eyes narrowed further. That's the kind of sentence people say right before they do exactly that. Ron snorted. She's not wrong. Hermione's mouth tightened. Harry, she said softer now, tell us what's going on. Harry looked at their faces, and he saw how easy it would be to drop the weight onto them. How easy it would be to say, Dumbledore is going to ruin my life on purpose and I have to let him. He saw Ron's anger, Hermione's fear, Ginny's stubborn loyalty. He could not do it. I can't, he said. Hermione's eyes flashed. You can't, she repeated, and her voice sharpened. Or you won't. Harry's jaw tightened. Both. Ron leaned forward, elbows on knees. Is this about you-know-who? He said quietly, the grin gone. Because if it is, you don't get to decide we're not part of it. Hermione nodded, fierce. We are already part of it. Harry felt his chest tighten again. He forced himself to breathe. It's, he said, then stopped, because if he started explaining, he would not stop. He chose the safest lie he could manage. It's about something at the ministry. Something Dumbledore wants me to handle. It's complicated. Hermione's eyes narrowed like she was weighing the words for cracks. Is it dangerous? Harry swallowed. Yes. Ron's jaw clenched. Then we're coming. Harry shook his head quick. No. Ginny stepped closer, voice low. You're doing that thing, she said. The thing where you decide what everyone can handle. Harry's hands clenched. Ginny! She did not flinch. Harry! Hermione's voice softened again, and that softness was almost worse. Just tell us what you need, she said. Even if you can't tell us everything. Harry stared at her, and the guilt almost broke him. He forced his voice flat, controlled. I need you to trust me. Ron's laugh was bitter. That's rich. Hermione's eyes went sharp. Ron! Ron shrugged, but his face was tight. He's always saying that. Trust me. Then we find out later he's been bleeding in a corner and didn't tell us. Harry's throat tightened. I'm not trying to. He started, then stopped. He took a breath. I'm not trying to shut you out, he said, and the sentence felt like it barely held together. I'm trying to keep you safe. Hermione's expression changed in that instant, something painful and familiar. That is not your job, she said quietly. We choose our own risks. Harry's mouth opened, then shut. He looked at Ron, at Ginny. He nodded once, because arguing would only make it worse. Fine, he said. Then I need you to stay here when I say stay here. Ron's eyes narrowed. That's still you deciding. Harry's voice went sharper despite him. Ron, please. Ron flinched at the plea, then looked away. All right, he muttered. All right. For now. Hermione stepped closer, voice low. Promise me, she said, that if it goes wrong, you tell us. Harry's stomach twisted. He remembered the phrase Dumbledore had given him. I am drowning. He nodded once. I promise, he said, and it felt like he was carving the word into stone. Ginny's gaze searched his face. You're lying, she said quietly. Harry swallowed. Not about needing you, he said. Not about trusting you. Ginny's mouth tightened, then she nodded once, sharp. Fine, she said. But if you vanish, I'm setting McGonagall on you. Ron snorted. She'd enjoy that. Hermione did not laugh. She reached out, touched Harry's sleeve briefly, then pulled her hand back like she was afraid to hold on too hard. Go to bed, she said. You look exhausted. Harry nodded. His legs felt heavy now, like his body had remembered it was allowed to be tired. He climbed the stairs to the dormitory with Ron trailing behind him. In the room, the others were asleep or pretending to be. Ron shut the door quietly and sat on his bed, staring at Harry like he was waiting for him to break. You're scaring me, Ron said, voice rough. Harry swallowed. I'm fine. Ron's eyes narrowed. No, you're not. Harry sat on his bed and rubbed his face, palms dragging down like he could wipe the fear off. It's just a plan, he said. Ron leaned forward. Tell me, he said. Just me. You can tell me. Harry's throat tightened. He wanted to. Merlin, he wanted to. Ron's voice was simple and honest and angry, and it felt like home. I can't, Harry said. Ron's jaw clenched. Because Dumbledore told you not to. Harry did not answer, and that was answer enough. Ron stared at him for a long moment, then looked away, eyes shining in the firelight. I hate him sometimes, Ron muttered. I hate that he gets to decide things for you. Harry's chest tightened. He's trying to help. Ron barked a humorless laugh. He's trying to win. Harry looked at him, and the truth sat between them like a third person in the room. Ron swallowed. If you get hurt, he said, voice low, I swear I'll make him regret it. Harry's throat burned. He forced a shaky breath. Get some sleep, he said. Ron stared at him for another second, then nodded once, stiff. Fine, he muttered. But I'm not letting this go. Harry watched Ron lie down and turn his back, shoulders tense even as he pretended to sleep. Harry lay back too, staring at the ceiling. His mind tried to run away, so he forced it still, practicing the stone wall Snape had demanded. A blank surface. No cracks. No memories. It worked for about 30 seconds. Then he saw Hermione's face when she said, Promise me. Harry's chest tightened again. He turned his head into his pillow and forced himself to breathe slow until the ache dulled. 2 days later, the trap closed. It started with a letter delivered at breakfast, thick parchment with the ministry's seal. Hermione saw it first, and her mouth tightened. Harry, she said, sliding it across the table like it might bite. It's for you. Ron leaned in. What is it? Harry stared at the seal, then broke it. His hands were steady because he made them steady. The letter was short. Harry read it once, then again, the words burning into his head. Summons. Ministry. Immediate. Investigation into a breach of restricted storage. Ron's face darkened. They think it was you. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Why would they think it was you? Harry folded the letter carefully. Because they want a reason, he said. Ginny's gaze sharpened. Harry. Harry stood. I have to go, he said. Ron pushed back his chair so hard it scraped. We're coming. Harry's voice went firm. No, he said. Stay here. Ron's eyes flashed. You don't get to tell me that. Hermione stood too, jaw tight. We are not leaving you alone with the ministry. Harry swallowed. His mind flashed to Dumbledore's office, to the locked door, to the phrase. Protect them. He forced his voice calm. If you come, he said, you make it worse. They'll use you. Hermione's eyes narrowed, and he could see her logic fighting her fear. That's not, she started then stopped. Ron's jaw clenched. This is rubbish. Ginny stepped closer to Harry, voice low. If you're lying again, she said, I will hex you myself. Harry gave her a look that he hoped carried enough truth. I'll be back, he said. He left before they could stop him, because if he waited, he would crumble. McGonagall met him at the entrance hall, lips pressed tight. Mr. Potter, she said sharply. Harry stopped. Professor. Her eyes flicked over him, assessing. You have been summoned. Yes. McGonagall's mouth tightened. The headmaster is aware. Harry nodded. McGonagall's gaze sharpened. And do you have anything you wish to tell me? Harry's throat tightened. He wanted to tell her everything. He wanted an adult who cared without calculating. I'm sorry, he said instead, and he hated himself for how small it sounded. McGonagall's expression softened for half a heartbeat, then hardened again. Be careful, she said quietly. You have enemies who wear polite faces. Harry nodded once. I know. When he reached the ministry atrium, the air felt too bright, too clean, as if they had scrubbed the building until it forgot fear. Witches and wizards moved in careful lines, voices low. Harry stepped off the floor and felt eyes turn. He kept walking. Kingsley Shacklebolt was near the fountain, posture relaxed, eyes alert. When Harry reached him, Kingsley did not greet him like a friend. He nodded like a stranger. Potter, Kingsley said. Kingsley, Harry replied. Kingsley turned slightly, leading Harry toward a corridor without touching him. You understand the pattern, Kingsley said quietly. Harry's throat was dry. Yes. Kingsley's gaze flicked toward a cluster of auras. They are ready. Harry forced a slow breath. And Dumbledore? Waiting, Kingsley said. Do not improvise. Harry let out a short breath. I never do, he lied. Kingsley's mouth twitched. That is what worries me. They reached a door marked with ministry runes. 2 auras stood outside. One was Dawlish, face smug, wand ready. The other was a witch Harry did not recognize. She looked bored, which made Harry uneasy. Dawlish's eyes lit when he saw Harry. Potter, he said with satisfaction. How nice of you to come willingly. Harry kept his face blank. You summoned me. Dawlish's wand lifted. You are under investigation for unauthorized access to restricted storage. Harry's jaw clenched. That's absurd. The board witch leaned forward slightly. Then you will have no issue answering questions, she said. Harry stepped forward. The door opened. Inside, the room was smaller than Harry expected, shelves lining the walls with locked cabinets. A desk sat in the center with paperwork neatly arranged, like the room was pretending it was ordinary. A man stood behind the desk. Rufus Scrimgeour, eyes sharp, hair lion-colored, face carved with impatience. Harry's stomach tightened. Minister. Scrimgeour did not offer him a seat. Harry Potter, he said, voice blunt. We have a problem. Harry kept his expression steady. So I hear. Scrimgeour's gaze pinned him. Something was taken. Harry's voice stayed flat. Not by me. Scrimgeour's mouth tightened. We have witnesses. Harry's pulse jumped. Witnesses, he repeated, and he let incredulity color the word because it was expected. Scrimgeour leaned forward. Do not insult me, he said. An artifact from the Department of Mysteries is missing. The storage ward was bypassed with intent magic. That narrows the list. Harry's hands clenched at his sides. You think I did it because I can cast without a wand? Scrimgeour's eyes sharpened. I think you are capable. And I think you have friends who encourage you to believe rules do not apply to you. Harry swallowed. Scrimgeour's gaze flicked to the side. Bring him in. The door behind Harry opened again. For one heartbeat, Harry thought it would be Dumbledore. It was not. It was Umbridge. She walked in like she owned the air, pink and smug, eyes gleaming. Harry felt his skin crawl. Minister, she said sweetly. How delightful. I warned you he would cause trouble again. Harry's stomach turned. You, he said, and his voice came out too sharp. Umbridge's smile widened. Mr. Potter, she purred. Still rude. Still convinced you are above consequence. Harry forced his jaw to unclench. This is your idea, he said. Umbridge clasped her hands. I merely assist in keeping our world safe, she said. And that means dealing with threats, even when they are famous. Scrimgeour's voice cut. Enough, he said. Potter, you will answer questions. If you refuse, we have measures. Harry's gaze flicked to the shelves. He could feel the wards humming, tight, like a net. He forced his breathing slow. Ask, he said. Scrimgeour's eyes narrowed. Where were you 2 nights ago, after midnight? Harry kept his face blank. In my dormitory. Umbridge's smile was sharp. How convenient. Harry's eyes flashed. You think I can teleport from Hogwarts into the Department of Mysteries without being seen? Scrimgeour leaned back slightly. We think you can do many things, he said. That is the problem. Harry swallowed, then forced his voice calm. You have no proof. Umbridge's eyes gleamed. Oh, but we do, she said softly. We have a witness who saw you leave the storage corridor. Hood up. Moving quickly. And we have a trace of your magic signature on the ward. Harry's stomach tightened. He felt anger flare, then he forced it down, forced it under the stone wall. He could not lose control. Not here. Scrimgeour's voice went colder. We can do this politely, he said. Or we can do it with Oris. Harry stared. And what do you want? He asked. A confession. Umbridge's smile widened. A truth, she said. For once. Harry's fingers twitched. Kingsley's voice came from behind him, calm, professional. Minister, Kingsley said, perhaps we should escort him to a holding room while you consult the Wizengamot. Scrimgeour's gaze stayed on Harry. Yes, he said slowly. Hold him. Harry's pulse jumped. This was it. The moment the plan became real. Dawlish stepped forward with his wand raised. Hands where I can see them. Harry's hands lifted slowly. Umbridge's eyes gleamed like she was enjoying this far too much. Imagine, she murmured, the boy who lived finally facing consequences. Harry's jaw clenched. He forced his voice steady. This is a mistake. Scrimgeour's eyes narrowed. Then prove it in court, he said. Dawlish's wand flicked. Ropes shot out. Harry moved. Not enough to escape, not enough to ruin the plan, but enough to make it look real. He twisted aside, wand snapping up, and the ropes missed, slamming into the cabinet behind him with a thud. Dawlish's face darkened. Resisting, he snapped. Harry's wand flicked. A shield flared, hard and clean, catching the next spell with a sharp crack that rang off stone. Harry's arm vibrated with the impact. He tasted copper as the magic hummed through him. Kingsley's voice was sharp. Potter, do not! Harry did not look at him. He could not. If he saw Kingsley's eyes, he might break. Dawlish lunged forward, another spell. Harry pivoted, sending a stunner that clipped Dawlish's shoulder instead of his chest. Dawlish staggered, shocked more by the restraint than the impact. The board witch moved, faster than Harry expected. Her spell was tight, precise, aiming for Harry's wand arm. Harry threw up a shield too late. The spell clipped his forearm, and pain snapped right up to his elbow. Harry sucked in a breath, jaw clenched. Umbridge's voice rose, delighted. Violent, she said. See how dangerous he is. Harry's heart hammered. He flicked his wand again, sending a burst of light that blinded for a second. He moved in that blink, stepping past Dawlish, past Kingsley, toward the door. A hand grabbed his shoulder. Kingsley, grip like iron, voice low. "Stop," he said rough. "Now." Harry's body went rigid. His mind screamed run. His body wanted to obey. He forced himself still, trembling. Dawlish recovered, wand snapping up. Petrificus totalis. Harry's shield flared again, but the spell pushed through, catching him in the chest like a punch. His limbs locked. His breath caught, half-trapped. Harry toppled. The floor hit hard, knocking air out of him. He lay there stiff, staring at the ceiling, and the humiliation burned hotter than the pain. Umbridge leaned over him, smile wide. "Oh dear," she cooed. "Look at you." Harry's eyes burned, and he forced his mind blank. Stone wall. Cold ocean. Nothing. Scrimgeour's voice cut. "Take him," he said. "To holding." The ropes came again, wrapping around Harry like a net. The spell eased enough for him to breathe, but his body still felt heavy, sluggish, bound. As they hauled him up, Harry saw Kingsley's face for a split second. Kingsley's eyes were hard, but there was something under it, a tight regret. Harry did not let himself react. He was dragged out, past watching clerks, past curious heads turning. Someone whispered his name. Someone else spat softly. Harry kept his face blank as they marched him down a corridor, and inside his chest, something cracked. In the holding room, the door slammed. The air was cooler, the stone walls bare. Dawlish shoved Harry into a chair and bound his wrists to the arms with a tight knot spell. The board which stood near the door, expression unreadable. Umbridge did not come in. That was almost worse. It meant she did not care about the truth. She cared about the spectacle. Dawlish leaned in, voice low. "Thought you could play hero," he said. "Thought you could do whatever you like." Harry kept his expression flat. "I didn't do anything." Dawlish's grin was mean. "Sure," he said. "And I'm the minister." The board witch finally spoke. "Keep your mouth shut," she told Dawlish, voice clipped. "We are not here for your entertainment." Dawlish glared but stepped back. Harry sat still, wrists bound, forearm aching where the spell had clipped him. His stomach churned, and he forced his breathing slow to stop himself from gagging. "Stonewall," he told himself again. "Stonewall." The door opened. Dumbledore entered with 2 members of the Wizengamot behind him, robes sweeping. Amelia Bones was one of them, posture stiff, eyes sharp. The other was an older wizard Harry recognized from hearings, face stern, gaze cold. Amelia Bones' eyes flicked over Harry, and for a heartbeat Harry saw something like pity. Then it was gone, replaced by judgment. "Mr. Potter," Amelia said, voice formal. Harry swallowed. "Madam Bones." Dumbledore did not look at Harry for long. His gaze moved over the room like he was already calculating angles and exits. When he finally met Harry's eyes, it was brief, and it carried one clear message. "Hold." Amelia Bones' voice went colder. "You are accused," she said, "of breaching restricted ministry storage, stealing a classified artifact, and resisting or detainment." Harry's jaw tightened. "I didn't steal anything." The older wizard spoke, voice dry. "You will have the opportunity to speak at trial." Harry swallowed. His throat felt raw already. Dumbledore's voice was calm. "I will represent Mr. Potter," he said. Amelia Bones' gaze sharpened. "Will you?" she asked softly. Or will you defend him? Dumbledore's pause was small. I will do what is required, he said. Harry's chest tightened. He knew what that meant. Dumbledore would not save him in public. Dumbledore would play the role. Amelia Bones looked at Harry again, eyes sharp. Do you understand what this is? She asked. Harry forced his voice steady. A mistake, he said. Amelia's mouth tightened. Or a betrayal, she said quietly. Harry's stomach twisted. He wanted to shout. He wanted to tell her this is your world that made this necessary. He wanted to rip the ropes off and walk out. He stayed still. The older wizard nodded once. The Wizengamot convenes tomorrow morning, he said. You will be held until then. Amelia Bones' eyes narrowed slightly. And Potter, she said, voice low, if you are guilty, you will not be spared because of your name. Harry met her gaze. I wouldn't expect to be, he said. Dumbledore turned to leave. Harry's chest tightened. He could not stop it. Sir? Harry said, voice low. Dumbledore paused at the door, back still to him. Yes, Harry. Harry forced his throat to work. If you're wrong, he said, and this is pointless. Dumbledore's shoulders did not move, but his voice softened just a fraction. Then I will carry that weight, he said, and he left. The next morning, the courtroom felt like it was holding its breath. Harry stood in the center, wrists bound again, wand taken, surrounded by Aurors. The benches were filled, whispers rippling. He kept his face blank, but his stomach churned hard enough that he tasted bile. Ron and Hermione were there. Harry saw them the moment he stepped into the room. Ron's face was pale and furious, eyes wide like he was staring at something impossible. Hermione looked rigid, lips pressed tight, eyes shining with anger and fear and a sharp kind of betrayal that stabbed straight into Harry's ribs. Ginny sat beside them, jaw clenched so hard it looked painful. Harry's breath caught. He forced his gaze away before he did something stupid, like soften. Dumbledore stood at one side of the chamber, calm, hands folded. The members of the Wizengamot sat in their seats like carved statues. Amelia Bones sat near the front, eyes sharp, wand resting on the table. Scrimgeour stood near the opposite side, posture stiff, face set. Umbridge was there too, in pink, looking thrilled. Harry's stomach lurched. A bell rang sharp. The murmurs quieted. The chief warlock began. The charges were read, each word heavy. Harry listened as if the words were not about him. Breach. Theft. Resistance. Threat. The room felt too bright, too loud. When it was Harry's turn to speak, he stepped forward, chains clinking softly. He lifted his head and looked at the Wizengamot, then let his gaze flick briefly to Ron and Hermione. Ron's eyes locked on his. Harry's throat tightened. He forced his voice steady. I did not steal anything, he said. Umbridge's voice cut in, sweet. But you were seen. Harry's jaw tightened. Then your witness is lying. Scrimgeour's voice was blunt. We have a trace of your magic on the ward. Hermione sucked in a breath, sharp, like she had been punched. Ron's face twisted. Harry's stomach turned. He kept his expression flat. Dumbledore stepped forward, voice calm. The Ministry's ward trace is not flawless, he said. It is possible for signatures to be mimicked. Umbridge's smile widened. Oh, Headmaster, she cooed. Always finding excuses? Dumbledore's gaze was gentle. I am finding possibilities, he said. Amelia Bones' eyes narrowed. Then explain the resistance, she said. Explain the spell work used against Oris. Harry swallowed. His forearm still ached where the spell had clipped him. He could feel the eyes on him like weight. He forced his voice steady. I panicked, he said. Oris threw spells at me. I defended myself. Ron made a sound, low and sharp, like disbelief. Hermione's hands clenched on the bench. Umbridge's eyes gleamed. Panicked, she repeated, delighted. A dangerous boy panics and attacks Oris. Harry's jaw clenched. He kept his gaze forward. Scrimgeour stepped closer, voice hard. Potter, he said, we are not children. An artifact is missing. You were near the storage corridor. Your magic is on the ward. You resisted arrest. The simplest explanation is that you did it. Harry's stomach churned. He forced his breathing slow. Amelia Bones' gaze was sharp. And the most dangerous explanation, she said quietly, is that you did it for someone. The room went colder. Ron's breath hitched. Hermione's face went pale. Harry's pulse hammered. Umbridge's smile widened like she had been waiting years for this moment. Say the name, she murmured. Harry felt sweat prick at the back of his neck. He kept his voice flat. I did not do it for anyone, he said. Scrimgeour's eyes narrowed. Then where is the artifact? Harry swallowed. I don't know. The chief warlock's voice rang. The Wiesengemot will deliberate. The room erupted into whispers, then quieted again as the members leaned toward each other, voices low, wands tapping softly. Harry stood still, chains cold on his wrists, eyes fixed on a point that was not Ron's face, not Hermione's eyes, not Ginny's clenched jaw. Minutes crawled. Harry's stomach turned again. He swallowed hard and tasted acid. His hands shook once. He forced them still. When the verdict came, it was like the room exhaled in relief. Guilty. Harry's chest went tight. Not surprise. Not shock. Just a hollow drop. Ron surged to his feet. What? He choked, voice cracking. That's insane. An Oris shoved him back down. Hermione stood too, face white. This is wrong, she said, voice shaking with fury. You can't just. Ginny's eyes were bright with tears she refused to let fall. Harry, she breathed, voice rough. Harry did not look at them. He could not. If he looked, he would break. The chief warlock's voice went cold. Sentence, he intoned. Immediate transfer to Azkaban. Harry's stomach clenched so hard he thought he might actually vomit. Dumbledore stepped forward, voice calm. I request, he said, that Mr. Potter be held at the Ministry overnight for his safety. Scrimgeour's eyes narrowed. Denied, he snapped. He goes now. Umbridge's smile was too wide. Oh, let him go, she said sweetly. Let him learn. Harry's jaw clenched. The Oris grabbed him, hauling him forward. Chains clinked. The room spun slightly as his body tried to reject what was happening. Ron's voice broke through, raw. Harry, he shouted. Harry, tell me this is a joke. Hermione's voice cut, sharp, desperate. Look at me, she shouted. Harry, look at me and tell me you didn't do this. Harry's throat burned. He kept his eyes forward. Ginny's voice was low, fierce. Come back, she said like an order. Harry's chest tightened until it hurt to breathe. He let himself be dragged out. In the corridor outside, the air felt colder, like the ministry had lost its shine. The Aurors moved fast, boots echoing. Harry stumbled once and got yanked upright. Kingsley walked beside him, face blank. He did not look at Harry. He could not. Harry's stomach rolled. He swallowed hard, trying to keep it down. They shoved him through a door into a transport room, a circle of runes on the floor. The air smelled like metal and old magic. Scrimgeour stepped in, eyes hard. "You are going to Azkaban," he said, voice flat. "If you attempt escape, you will be stunned. If you attempt violence, you will be restrained further." Harry kept his face blank. "Understood," he said. Umbridge's voice drifted from the doorway. "Enjoy the cold," she sang softly. Harry did not react. Kingsley's voice was low. "Hold on," he murmured, so quietly that only Harry could hear. "Do not lose yourself." Harry's throat tightened. He gave the smallest nod. The Portkey spell hit like a hook in the gut. Harry's vision twisted. The room snapped away. Cold slammed into him. He hit stone hard enough to jar his teeth. His chains clinked. The air smelled like salt and rot. Wind bit at his face, sharp and wet. He blinked, eyes watering, and forced himself upright. Azkaban loomed. It was not a castle. It was a block of stone rising out of the sea like a clenched fist, windows black, walls slick with moisture. The sky above it was dull, heavy, and the ocean around it churned like it was angry. Harry's stomach lurched again. Oris dragged him forward. The dock was narrow, slick, and the sound of waves crashing against stone was constant, like a warning that never stopped. Harry's breath came out in white mist. The cold slipped under his skin fast, turning his fingers numb even through his robes. Then the Dementors moved. Harry felt them before he saw them. The air thickened. The sound of the ocean dulled, like someone had stuffed cloth in his ears. His chest tightened, and the memory of screaming laughter that was not his own tried to claw up his throat. He sucked in a sharp breath. It tasted like despair. One drifted closer, put shadowing where a face should be. The cold around it was wrong, not weather cold, but soul cold. Harry's knees threatened to buckle. Stone wall, he told himself. Stone wall. He forced his breathing slow. He forced his mind narrow. He did not let the memories bloom. The Dementor paused near him. Harry felt his stomach churn. He swallowed hard. His vision flickered at the edges, like the world was trying to go gray. A guard, face hidden behind a mask, barked, "Move!" Harry forced his legs to work. They dragged him inside. The interior was dim, damp, and the air smelled of mold and old water. The corridor stretched forward, lined with doors that looked like they had been carved into the stone itself. The sound inside was worse than silence. It was distant screams, distant sobs, distant laughter that did not belong. Harry's throat tightened. He kept moving. A guard shoved him toward a staircase. Down. Harry's breath came shallow. His stomach rolled again. He swallowed hard and tasted bile, but he refused to give the Dementors the satisfaction of seeing him break. Stone wall. Cold ocean. Nothing. They reached a level with fewer torches. The air here felt heavier, like it pressed on his lungs. The guard stopped at a door and slammed a fist against it. Metal scraped. The door swung open. "New one," the guard said. Harry was shoved inside. The cell was small, stone floor damp, a thin mattress on a slab. A bucket in the corner. The air smelled like sweat and old fear. The door slammed. The lock clicked. Harry stood there, breathing hard, chest tight, trying to keep his mind from spilling. Then a voice came through the wall to his right, soft and sharp, like a knife dragged over velvet. "Well," the voice said, amused. "They finally sent me something interesting." Harry went still. He knew that voice. He had heard it in courtrooms and in nightmares and in the echo of Sirius' last scream. Bellatrix Lestrange laughed softly on the other side of the stone. "You're shaking," she purred. "I can hear it." Harry's jaw clenched. He forced his breathing slower, quieter. He did not answer. Bellatrix hummed, like she was enjoying the silence. "No manners," she said. "Or perhaps you are smarter than the others. Perhaps you know not to speak to me." Harry kept his eyes on the stone wall, as if staring hard enough could turn it into a door. Bellatrix's voice dropped, sweet. "Tell me," she whispered, "what did they accuse you of?" Harry swallowed hard. He stayed silent. Bellatrix laughed again. "Oh," she said, delighted. "You are trying. You are trying to be empty. You are trying to be stone." Harry's fingers curled into fists. His nails bit into his palms. Bellatrix's voice softened, almost intimate. "It does not work here," she murmured. "This place eats stone. It eats walls. It eats lies." Harry's throat tightened. He forced his mind blank. Bellatrix's voice shifted, just slightly. Less playful. More focused. "You are not like the others," she said. "The others come in already broken. They come in already guilty. They come in already tasting fear." Harry's breath caught. Bellatrix's voice went lower. "You taste," she whispered, "like a plan." Harry's stomach dropped. He turned his head toward the wall before he could stop himself. His breath came shallow. His heart hammered hard enough that his chest hurt. Bellatrix laughed softly at his reaction. "There you are," she said. "I knew it." Harry forced his gaze away again, back to the front wall, as if that could erase the fact he had moved. Bellatrix's voice was gentle now, and that gentleness made Harry's skin crawl. "Who sent you?" she murmured. "Was it the old man with the pretty eyes? The one who pretends to be kind while he moves pieces?" Harry's throat went tight. He said nothing. Bellatrix sighed, dramatic. "Fine," she said. "Keep your secrets. Keep your little stone wall." Harry's hands trembled. He forced them still. Bellatrix's voice sharpened again, a sudden shift. "But listen to me, little spy," she whispered, and the words slid through the stone like smoke. "This place is not a cage." Harry's breath hitched. Bellatrix's voice was almost reverent. "It is a mouth," she said. "And it is hungry." Harry's stomach turned. He swallowed hard and tasted acid. Bellatrix chuckled softly. "Did they tell you," she murmured, "about the deep levels?" Harry kept his face blank. He did not answer. Bellatrix's voice went lower. "Did they tell you about the ones who failed?" she whispered. "The ones who went down and came back wrong?" Harry's pulse hammered. Bellatrix laughed quietly. "No," she said. "Of course they did not. They never tell the little heroes the full shape of the knife." Harry's throat burned. He forced himself to sit on the slab, legs heavy, body aching from cold and tension. The mattress was damp, and the cold soaked through instantly. Bellatrix's voice softened again. "You will not last," she said, almost kindly. "Not unless you learn how to feed it." Harry's stomach clenched. "Feed it," he whispered before he could stop himself. The word left his mouth like a betrayal. Bellatrix laughed, delighted. "Ah," she purred. "He speaks." Harry's chest tightened. He shut his eyes hard, anger flaring at himself. Bellatrix's voice drifted closer, like she had pressed her mouth to the stone. "Yes," she whispered. "Feed it. Because it is fed anyway." Harry's throat worked. He forced himself to breathe slow. "Stone wall." Bellatrix's voice dropped to something sharper. "Tell me," she said, "what are you willing to lose to win?" Harry's eyes stayed shut. He could feel the dementors in the corridor, distant, like a pressure in the bones. He could hear a muffled scream from somewhere far away. His stomach churned again, and this time he could not hold it down. He leaned forward, retching into the bucket, bow burning his throat, body shaking hard with the effort. Tears prickled at his eyes, furious and unwanted. When he finished, he sat back, chest heaving, throat raw. Bellatrix was silent for a moment. Then she laughed softly, not mocking this time, but satisfied. "Good," she whispered. "Now you are honest." Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, hands trembling. He forced his breathing slow again. Stone wall. Cold ocean. Nothing. Footsteps scraped outside. A guard passed. The air thickened as a dementor drifted by, and Harry's vision dimmed at the edges. He clenched his teeth until his jaw hurt. Bellatrix's voice came again, softer than before. "They will try to break you," she murmured. "The cold. The silence. The hunger." Harry's hands clenched. He stared at the stone. Bellatrix's voice dropped to a whisper. "But the real thing," she said, and there was something in her tone now that made Harry's skin prickle. Not play. Not taunt. Something like warning. "The real thing," she repeated, "is that it is listening." Harry's breath caught. Bellatrix's voice was almost tender. "And it likes you," she whispered. Harry's throat tightened until it hurt to swallow. He forced his mind blank again, shoving the fear down behind the wall. In the darkness of the cell, with the sea pounding and the prison breathing through stone, Harry pressed his forehead against the cold wall and closed his eyes. He could not afford to feel. He could not afford to remember Ron's voice breaking in the courtroom. He could not afford to remember Hermione's eyes shining with betrayal. He could not afford to remember Ginny's plea. Stone wall. Cold ocean. Nothing. On the other side of the wall, Bellatrix Lestrange laughed softly to herself, like she had just found a new game. And somewhere deeper, beneath the damp stone and the screams, something in Azkaban shifted, slow and hungry, as if it had heard Harry's breathing and decided to wake. The hatch in the cell door slammed open so hard the metal rang, and Harry jerked upright on the damp mattress before he even knew he had moved. Cold air rushed in, carrying that sour smell of wet stone and something older, like rust that had learned to breathe. A bowl scraped across the floor and stopped near his bare feet. "Eat!" A guard barked through the hatch, voice muffled behind a mask. Harry pushed himself up, shoulders tight, pulse hammering. He did not reach for the bowl straight away. He watched the slit first, watched for a wand tip, watched for the faint shimmer of a spell. Nothing. Just dark. He leaned forward slowly, keeping his movements small, then grabbed the bowl and pulled it closer. It was watery porridge, gray, with a skin on top like it had been sitting in the cold for hours. His stomach rolled anyway, hunger and nausea tangled together. The hatch stayed open. The guard did not move on. Harry kept his head down and forced a spoonful into his mouth. It tasted like paste and metal. He swallowed, throat working hard, and pretended his hands were not shaking. "You look smaller in here," Bellatrix purred through the wall to his right. Harry did not react. He stared at the porridge until the blur in his vision steadied. Bellatrix gave a soft laugh, pleased. "Oh, don't tell me you are going to be silent every morning. I will get bored, and then I will get creative." "Move!" the guard snapped, and the hatch slammed shut again. Harry waited until the footsteps faded down the corridor. He counted them, not in neat numbers, but in sound and distance: the scrape of boots, the pause where the guard stopped at the next door, the faint clink of another hatch opening. When the rhythm settled into routine, Harry finally let out the breath he had been holding. He ate another spoonful, slow. His mouth felt dry and raw, and his stomach clenched around the food like it did not trust it. "You watched the footsteps," Bellatrix said, voice lighter now. "Like an oar." Harry swallowed. "You are loud," he said, because silence had already betrayed him once. Bellatrix went still for a beat, then she laughed like he had given her a gift. "He speaks again. Good boy." Harry's jaw tightened. He took another spoonful just to keep his hands busy. "You are not here for theft," Bellatrix murmured. "No one is sent here for theft. Not the way they sent you." Harry kept his eyes on the bowl. "They sent you." Bellatrix's laugh turned sharp. "They sent me because they feared me. They send you because they want to own you." Harry's stomach twisted. He forced himself to swallow. Bellatrix hummed on the other side of the wall. "Tell me what you stole." Harry kept his voice flat. "Nothing." "You are a terrible liar," Bellatrix said, almost fond. "But you are a careful one. That is worse." Harry set the bowl down and leaned back against the wall opposite the door. The stone was slick, cold enough to sting. He pressed his palm against it anyway, feeling for the tiny differences in texture, the faint seams where blocks met. He had already learned that one patch near the lower corner was a fraction warmer, like a vein running under stone. "I can help you," Bellatrix whispered. Harry's eyes narrowed. "Why?" Bellatrix laughed quietly. "Because I love stories," she said. "And because you are interesting. And because—" her voice dipped. "I have been listening to this place for a long time, and it has been hungry for someone like you." Harry's throat tightened. He forced his breathing slow. Stone wall. Cold ocean. Nothing. Bellatrix clicked her tongue. "You do that," she said, amused. "You build your little wall." Harry's voice came out clipped. "Stop talking about it like it is alive." Bellatrix's laugh softened into something stranger. "It is alive," she said. "Not with lungs. Not with blood. But with appetite." Harry's fingers curled against the stone. He felt the damp seep into his skin. A sound drifted down the corridor, a slow rasp, like wet cloth dragged over stone. Harry's stomach dropped. The temperature fell. Not normal cold. The kind that made his teeth ache. Bellatrix went quiet. The rasp grew closer. Harry forced himself to sit up straight. His chest tightened. His breath came shallow. He could feel it in the air before it reached his door, that pressure on the mind like someone pressing a thumb into a bruise. He shut his eyes and pictured the stone wall again. Smooth. Hard. No cracks. The Dementor stopped outside his door. Harry's heart slammed against his ribs. The world dimmed around the edges, and a scream tried to crawl up his throat, not his own voice, but something old, trapped. He clenched his jaw until it hurt. A memory flashed, bright and sharp, Ron's face in the courtroom, furious and lost. Hermione's eyes, wet and sharp at the same time. Ginny's voice, rough, telling him to come back. The Dementor leaned closer. He could feel the cold sink into his bones. Harry's hands shook. He pressed them flat against the stone floor, grounding himself in the slick dampness. He forced his breathing into a slower rhythm, in through the nose, out through clenched teeth. His stomach churned again, but he held it. The Dementor drifted away, slow, like it had tasted the air and decided to return later. Harry opened his eyes. Sweat clung to his back even in the cold. His throat burned like he had swallowed smoke. Bellatrix's voice came, softer than before. "You can do that," she murmured. "You can keep it off you. For now." Harry swallowed. "How long have you been here?" Bellatrix laughed quietly. "Long enough to forget what the sun feels like. Long enough to stop caring who screams." Harry's fingers tightened. "You care now." Bellatrix made a small sound, like she was amused at the accusation. "I care about you," she said. "Because you might break the game." Harry stared at the wall. "I am not your game." Bellatrix's voice sharpened, sudden. "Everything in here is a game," she hissed. "Every breath. Every step. Every heartbeat. You learn the rules or you die." Harry's throat worked. "What are the rules?" Bellatrix laughed, satisfied again. "Now we are talking." There was a pause where Harry could hear the sea pounding outside the prison walls, distant but constant, like a reminder that there was no soft place in this world. "The first rule," Bellatrix said, voice lower, "is that the guards are not the ones in control. They pretend they are. They stomp and shout and open hatches like they are kings. But they watch the Dementors like children watching knives." Harry's eyes narrowed. "I saw them," he said quietly. "They flinch." "They do," Bellatrix purred. "Because the Dementors do not obey them. The Dementors tolerate them." Harry swallowed. "Second rule." Bellatrix hummed, pleased. "Second rule is that you never show the prison your hope. It smells it." Harry's jaw tightened. "Prison," he repeated, mocking despite himself. Bellatrix laughed. "Mock all you like. You will stop when you hear the deep levels." Harry's pulse kicked. "Deep levels." Bellatrix's voice turned almost gentle. "There are doors you will never see unless the guards want you to. There are stairs that go down into places even the Dementors avoid sometimes." Harry felt his skin prickle. Why would the guards go down? Bellatrix's laugh was soft, sharp. "Because they are ordered to," she whispered. "Because someone in the ministry is feeding something, and sometimes it needs fresh fear, not old fear." Harry went still. Bellatrix's voice drifted through the stone. "They take people down," she said. "Not often. Not in crowds. Quiet. One at a time. They come back wrong, if they come back." Harry's stomach rolled. "Who?" Bellatrix's laugh turned ugly. "Anyone who becomes inconvenient. Anyone who talks too much. Anyone who notices." Harry's fingers dug into the edge of the mattress slab. He forced his breathing slow again. Bellatrix sighed, almost theatrical. "And here you are," she whispered. "Noticing already." Harry did not answer. His mind was busy, building the beginnings of a map that was not on paper, not carved into the wall yet, but held behind his eyes. Door. Corridor. Steps. The sound of guards. The rasp of dementors. The warmer stone patch. The faint echo in the wall that changed when a door 2 cells down opened. He needed proof. He needed access. He needed time. Time was the one thing Azkaban stole first. A scrape at the far end of the corridor made Harry's head lift. Another hatch. Another bowl. Another door. Bellatrix's voice dropped. "You will learn," she murmured. "That hunger makes people talk. Even you." Harry's throat tightened. "I am not hungry." Bellatrix laughed. "You will be." Days did not pass in Azkaban the way they did at Hogwarts. There were no clocks. No sun. No bells that meant class was starting. The only way Harry marked time was by the guard's routine: the porridge in the morning, the stale bread at what might have been evening, the Dementor patrols that came in a pattern that shifted just enough to keep people from resting. By the 4th day, Harry's hands did not stop shaking fully. His body stopped pretending the cold was temporary. It settled into his bones like it had always been there. He learned which guards were careless, which ones paused longer at certain doors, which ones muttered to themselves like they needed to hear a human voice to stay sane. He learned the sound of different prisoners too. Some cried quietly for hours. Some sang to themselves in broken whispers. Some laughed, the sound cracked and wrong. Bellatrix never cried. She spoke, she laughed, she hummed, she taunted, she went quiet in the moments when a Dementor lingered too long. Harry learned her silences were not weakness. They were calculation. On the 7th morning, when the porridge arrived, Harry's stomach clenched so hard he had to press his forehead to his knees and breathe through it. He forced the food down anyway. When the footsteps faded, he leaned back and felt the small hard shape tucked into the seam of his robe, near his ribs. He had kept it hidden through the transport, through the strip search that had not been as thorough as it should have been. Either the guard had been lazy, or someone had made sure they were. A single square of chocolate, wrapped in dull paper, edges softened from body heat. Harry stared at it for a long time before he pulled it free. His fingers trembled. The smell hit him first, faint but real, and it punched straight through the prison stink like a memory of warmth. He should have saved it. He should have kept it for himself, for the worst day. But every day in here was the worst day. He broke the square in half with his thumbs. The snap was quiet, but it sounded loud in the cell. Bellatrix's voice came instantly. "What was that?" Harry stared at the 2 pieces in his palm. Bellatrix laughed softly. "Tell me you did not smuggle sweets into Azkaban," she purred. "That would be adorable." Harry swallowed. He pressed one piece into his mouth and let it melt slowly. The taste almost hurt. It made his eyes sting. Bellatrix made a small sound through the wall, not mocking this time. Curious. Harry held the other piece in his palm. His mind argued with itself, sharp and fast. Do not feed her. Do not trust her. Do not give her anything that ties you to her. Then he remembered the way the Dementor had lingered outside her door last night. He remembered the faint sound that had slipped through the wall after it left, a thin breath that had not been a laugh. He moved toward the wall that separated their cells. There was a tiny crack near the lower edge, where damp had eaten at the stone. Not wide enough for fingers, but maybe wide enough for something small, if pushed. Harry crouched, shoulders tight, and pressed the chocolate piece into the crack. Bellatrix went still. "What are you doing?" she asked, voice suddenly sharp. Harry pushed gently, using the edge of his fingernail. The chocolate slid, slow, until it disappeared into the darkness between stones. He sat back on his heels, breathing hard. Silence. Then Bellatrix laughed once, short and startled, like she could not decide if she wanted to bite him or kiss him or curse him for it. "You," she said softly. "You are insane." Harry's voice came out rough. "Eat it," he said. "Or do not. I do not care." Bellatrix's laugh turned quieter. "Liar!" she whispered. Harry stared at the wall. His throat felt tight. He hated that his own chest felt warmer for a second, like the act had mattered. Bellatrix was silent a long time. When she spoke again, her voice was different. Still sharp, still playful at the edges, but quieter, more human than Harry wanted to admit. "It tastes like Christmas," she murmured. Harry's breath caught. Bellatrix laughed softly again, like she hated herself for saying it. "Do not look smug," she snapped. Harry swallowed. "I am not." Bellatrix's voice dipped, almost intimate. "You do not belong here," she said. Harry's jaw tightened. "Neither do you." Bellatrix's laugh was low. "I belong everywhere," she said, then her tone sharpened. "But you," she murmured, "you belong outside, breaking things. You belong in sunlight, making people angry." Harry shut his eyes for a second. His throat burned. Bellatrix's voice came again, softer. "Why did you give it to me?" Harry opened his eyes and stared at the stone. "Because," he said, and his voice caught, then steadied. "I needed you to owe me something." Bellatrix laughed, delighted. "Ah," she purred. "Honesty. I like it." Harry's jaw clenched. "Do not make it into—" he started, then stopped because he could not find the sentence without giving something away. Bellatrix's laugh softened. "Do not worry," she murmured. "I do not do kindness. I do debts." Harry swallowed. "Good. Then listen," Bellatrix said, voice dropping. "If you want to map this place properly, you need to stop staring at the door like a trapped animal. You need to look at the stone." Harry's eyes narrowed. "I do." "No," she said, and her voice went sharp. "You look at the stone like it is a wall. It is a skin. There are veins in it. Warmth in the wrong places. Cold in the wrong places. Places where the screams echo differently." Harry's stomach tightened. "How do you know?" Bellatrix laughed quietly. "Because I got bored," she said, simple. "And because when you are trapped, you either go mad or you study your cage." Harry pressed his palm to the stone again, feeling the faint warmth patch near the floor. "There is one spot," he murmured. Bellatrix went still. "Yes," she said softly. "That is one of them." Harry's pulse kicked. "What is it?" Bellatrix's voice turned almost reverent. "A seam," she whispered. "A place where something below breathes against the stone." Harry swallowed. "Below," he repeated. Bellatrix hummed. "You learn fast," she murmured, then her voice sharpened again. "Too fast. That makes you dangerous." Harry's mouth went dry. "That is the point." On the outside, the world did not stop because Harry had been thrown into a hole. In Grimmauld Place, the kitchen table was crowded, the air thick with anger and worry. Molly's hands trembled as she set down cups no one drank from. Kingsley stood by the hearth, posture calm, eyes hard. Tonks sat on the edge of a chair, boots tapping against the floor like she was trying to keep herself from jumping out of her own skin. Ron paced. He had been pacing for hours. His hair stuck up more than usual, and his eyes were red not from tears, but from refusing to sleep. Hermione sat stiffly at the table, fingers wrapped around a mug so tight her knuckles were pale. Ginny leaned against the counter, arms crossed, jaw clenched so hard it looked painful. Dumbledore had not come yet. That absence was loud. "I want to go there," Ron said for the 5th time. "You cannot," Molly snapped, voice cracking. "They will throw you in after him, and then what?" Ron spun, eyes flashing. "Then at least he is not alone." Hermione's voice cut, sharp and precise. "That is not a plan, Ron." Ron threw his hands up. "All right, Hermione. Tell me your brilliant plan. Because sitting here and drinking tea is doing loads." Ginny's voice was low. "Stop shouting," she said. "You are making it worse." Ron whipped toward her. "Worse than what?" "He is in Azkaban." Ginny's eyes flashed. "I know where he is," she snapped. "Do you think I have forgotten?" Hermione's voice went quieter, and that quiet carried danger. "Something is wrong," she said. "The trial was wrong. The evidence was too neat. The way Dumbledore stood there." She swallowed, eyes bright. "And did not fight." Molly flinched. "Albus would never," she started. Tonks cut in, voice rough. "He would," she said. "If he thought it would save more people." Ron froze. "You think this is on purpose?" he said, voice thick. Tonks's mouth tightened. "I think there is something going on we do not know," she said. "And I think Harry is being used." Hermione's eyes sharpened. "Then we find out," she said. Kingsley finally spoke, voice calm, measured. "You do not storm the ministry," he said. "You do not write letters that can be intercepted. You do not speak certain names out loud in certain rooms." Ron glared. "So we do nothing?" Kingsley's gaze held his. "We do what we can," he said, "without giving them more reason to hurt him." Hermione's fingers tightened around the mug. "Who are they?" she asked quietly. Kingsley's pause was small. "People who benefit from fear," he said. Ginny's eyes narrowed. "Umbridge," she said. Tonks's mouth twisted. "She was there," she said, smiling. Ron's voice went low. "I will kill her," he said. Hermione snapped. "Ron!" Ron's eyes flashed. "Do not correct me," he said, then he looked away, breathing hard, then quieter. "All right, fine. I will not. But I swear, I will make her regret breathing." The door at the top of the stairs creaked. Everyone went still. Footsteps came down. Dumbledore entered the kitchen, robe neat, face calm, eyes tired. He looked like a man who had already fought a battle and was walking into another. Ron moved first, stepping forward like he was going to punch him. "Where is he?" Ron demanded. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Ron. "In Azkaban," he said. Ron's hands shook. "No," he snapped. "Not that. Where is he really? Because you stood there and watched them do it." Hermione stood too, voice tight. "Why did you not stop it?" Ginny's eyes were bright, furious. "Why did you let him go?" Molly's voice cracked. "Albus," she pleaded. Tonks watched Dumbledore carefully, head tilted, eyes sharp, like she was trying to see the shape of the lie before it left his mouth. Kingsley's posture stayed calm, but his gaze was hard. Dumbledore took a breath. "Sit," he said quietly. Ron barked a laugh. "No." Dumbledore's eyes flicked over them all. I cannot tell you everything, he said. And before you accuse me again, understand that I hate that sentence. Hermione's voice was cold. Then tell us something. Dumbledore looked at Hermione, and for a moment his expression softened. Harry asked me, he said slowly, to protect you. Ron's face twisted. He asked you, Ron repeated, voice rough. So this was his idea. Dumbledore's mouth tightened. No, he said. It was mine. Ginny made a sharp sound like she had been punched. You, she said, voice shaking with fury. You did this to him. Molly's face went pale. Tonks's eyes narrowed. What did you send him into? She asked quietly. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Tonks, then to Kingsley, then back to the others. Azkaban is not stable, he said. There is something inside it that should not be there. Ron's voice cracked. Then you go, he snapped. You go. You do not send him. Dumbledore's eyes hardened. If I could walk into Azkaban and learn what I need to learn, I would, he said. I cannot. The prison reacts differently to different minds. It reacts to hope like a shark reacts to blood. Hermione's voice was tight. And Harry, she said, has hope. Dumbledore's gaze softened again, painfully brief. Yes, he said. Ginny stepped forward, voice low and vicious. So you are using him as bait? Dumbledore did not flinch. I am using him as a blade, he said quietly. And I hate myself for it. Ron's breath hitched. His face went red, then white. Get him out, he said, voice shaking. Now. Dumbledore's eyes held his. Not yet, he said. Ron surged forward. Kingsley moved faster, catching Ron by the shoulder, holding him back with a grip that did not hurt but did not allow argument. Ron strained anyway, eyes wild. Let me go. Kingsley's voice stayed calm. Do not, he said. Do not give them a reason to call you reckless too. Ron's chest heaved. He is my best mate, he choked, the sentence cracking. He is in a prison with Dementors, and you are telling me to be calm. Hermione's voice was quieter, but it cut deeper. He lied to us, she said, staring at Dumbledore. He looked at me and lied. Dumbledore's eyes flicked down for a second. Yes, he said. Hermione's throat worked. You made him, she whispered. Dumbledore's voice was soft. I asked him, he said. And he agreed. Ginny's eyes flashed. He agreed because he thinks he has to save everyone, she said, voice rough. Because you taught him that. Dumbledore's face tightened, like the words hit a bruise. Molly made a broken sound. He is a child, she whispered. Tonks's voice went low. He is also stubborn, she said, then her mouth tightened. What do you need from us? Dumbledore's gaze turned to Tonks, grateful and tired at the same time. I need you, he said, to not go near Azkaban. Tonks snorted. That is not going to happen. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Nymphadora. Tonks's face tightened. Do not, she snapped, then took a breath, forced herself calmer. Fine. I will not go charging in. But I am not doing nothing. Kingsley's voice was measured. We can monitor ministry communications, he said. We can watch transport logs. Hermione nodded slowly, eyes hard. And we can find what artifact they claim he stole, she said. If we can prove it never left the department, we can force a review. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Hermione. Be careful, he said quietly. If you pull too hard, they will pull back harder. Hermione's jaw clenched. Then let them, she said. Ron's voice was low, thick. Tell him, Ron said, staring at Dumbledore. Tell him we know now. Tell him he is not alone. Dumbledore's eyes held Ron's. I cannot, he said. Ron's face twisted. Of course, he whispered, then he looked away, breathing hard, like he was trying not to cry. Ginny's voice came, rough. He will think we hate him, she said. Dumbledore's mouth tightened. No, he said softly. He will think you are safe. Hermione's eyes flashed with tears she refused to let fall. That is not the same, she said, voice shaking. Dumbledore's gaze was steady, and it was worse because it was kind. I know, he said. In Azkaban, Harry did not know any of that. He learned routine instead. He learned the exact squeal of his door hinge when the guard checked the lock, the slight pause before the bolt slid back into place. He learned the smell of the corridor when the sea wind shifted, bringing in salt sharper than usual. He learned the way the air changed when a Dementor floated near, the pressure against his temples, the cold that made his fingertips numb in seconds. He started scratching a map into the stone near the mattress slab, low enough that the door hatch could not easily see it. He used his fingernail at first. It broke. He used the edge of a loose pebble he found near the bucket. He hid the pebble under the mattress whenever the guard came. Every mark was tiny. Every line was a risk. He marked his own cell as a simple square. He marked Bellatrix's as another. He marked the corridor, the direction of the stairs by sound and echo. He marked the warm seam in the wall with a small dot. The first time he did it, his hands shook so hard the line went crooked. He stared at the crooked line and had to fight the urge to gouge it out. Mistakes got you killed here. Bellatrix heard the scraping anyway. You are drawing, she said, voice amused. Harry's throat tightened. No. Bellatrix laughed. Yes, she purred. You are making yourself a little picture so you can pretend you are not trapped. Harry kept scraping, jaw tight. It is not for pretending. Bellatrix's laugh softened. Good, she murmured. Because pretending dies fast here. The first time Harry saw another prisoner up close was not planned. It happened when a guard opened his cell in the middle of the shift, not during food, not during the usual patrol. The bolt slid back with a different sound, sharp and fast. Harry's body went tight instantly. The door opened. 2 guards stood there. One held a chain. The other had a wand out. On your feet, the wand guard snapped. Harry pushed up from the slab, hard hammering. Why? The wand guard laughed. Still thinks he gets answers, he said. The chain guard shoved the chain toward Harry. Hands, he barked. Harry held his wrists out. The chain snapped cold around them and tightened, biting skin. His fingers went numb from the chill. The wand guard leaned in, voice low. You behave, he said, or you go down. Harry's stomach dropped. Down, he repeated before he could stop himself. The wand guard's eyes gleamed behind the mask. You hurt, he said. Good. They hauled him out into the corridor. The air hit him like a slap. The corridor was wider than it looked from inside the cell, stone damp, torches dim. Doors lined the walls like scars. A Dementor drifted at the far end, slow. Harry felt the cold creep into his chest immediately. He forced his breathing slow. Stone wall. They marched him forward. As they passed the next doors, Harry heard voices, groans, laughter, whispers. He kept his eyes forward. Then he heard Bellatrix laugh, close, behind a door as they passed. It was too loud, too bright, like she was putting on a show. "Careful," her voice sang. "Do not bruise him. He is new." The chain guard jerked Harry forward harder. Harry stumbled, then caught himself, wrists bound, shoulders tight. He did not look at the door. He did not give her the satisfaction. They turned a corner. The air shifted. The sea smell faded. Something sour replaced it, like stale sweat and old blood soaked into stone. They stopped at a door that was not like the others. It had more metal, more runes carved into it, lines that made Harry's skin prickle when he looked at them too long. The wand guard opened it. Inside was a narrow room with a drain in the floor and a single chair bolted down. A tray on a small table held a quill, parchment, and a silver cup that smelled faintly of potion. Harry's stomach tightened. The chain guard shoved him toward the chair. "Sit." Harry sat, chains clinking, wrists bound to the chair arms with a flick of the wand. The metal bit cold into his skin. The wand guard took off his mask. Harry's stomach dropped. It was Dawlish. Dawlish smiled like he had been waiting for this moment. "Hello again, Potter," he said. Harry forced his face blank. "You are a long way from the ministry." Dawlish's smile widened. "And you are a long way from your castle," he said. He picked up the silver cup and swirled it gently. "Drink." Harry's eyes narrowed. "No." Dawlish sighed like Harry was being childish. "It will make this easier," he said. "For you." Harry's throat tightened. "What is it?" Dawlish's eyes glittered. "Truth," he said. "Or something close enough." Harry's pulse hammered. He forced his voice steady. "I do not know what you want." Dawlish leaned closer, voice low. "You do," he said. "We want the artifact." Harry swallowed. "I do not have it." Dawlish's smile thinned. "Then you have no reason to fear the truth potion," he said. Harry stared at the cup. His stomach churned. He could not drink it. He could not let it touch his tongue. He could not risk it pulling the wrong words out of him. He forced his voice flat. "If the ministry wants me to answer, bring me to court again," he said. Dawlish laughed softly. "Court," he repeated like it was a joke. "This is Azkaban, Potter. The rules are softer here." Harry's wrists ached where the bindings tightened. "They cannot," he started. Dawlish cut in, voice sharp. "They can," he said. "They do. And no one cares because no one wants to look at this place too closely." Harry's stomach turned again. Dawlish leaned back, and his smile returned, pleasant and cruel. "Drink," he said. Harry stared at him. His chest tightened. He tried to build the stone wall, tried to smooth his mind into emptiness. His breath came shallow. Then, from somewhere outside the room, the rasping sound came again. Slow. Close. Dawlish's smile faltered for half a second. Harry felt the cold hit the air even through the door. A Dementor was near. Dawlish's gaze flicked toward the door, and Harry saw it, quick and real. Fear. Dawlish covered it with irritation. "Ignore it!" he snapped at Harry, like Harry was the one controlling the monsters. The Dementor rasp grew louder. Harry's stomach dropped. He could feel the pressure now, the pull on his thoughts. He tasted metal. He heard a scream that was not in the room. Dawlish grabbed his wand, muttering under his breath, and Harry saw his hand shake. Harry's eyes narrowed. The door creaked. Cold rolled into the room like fog. A Dementor drifted in, hooded, silent, the air around it thick with despair. Harry's chest tightened. He forced himself not to gasp. He clenched his jaw so hard it hurt. Dawlish stood, voice sharp. "Out!" he snapped. "This is not your corridor." The Dementor did not react. It drifted closer to Harry, slow, like it had been invited. Harry's vision dimmed at the edges. His heart hammered. He tasted bile. A memory flashed, bright and sharp, Cedric's body on the ground. The green light. The laughter. Harry's breath caught. He forced his mind back to the wall, back to blankness. The Dementor hovered over him. Harry's wrist strained against the bindings. His hands shook. His lungs felt tight, like the air had turned thick. Dawlish's voice rose, strained. "I said out," he snapped. The Dementor's head tilted, slow. Then it turned, just slightly, as if it was looking at Dawlish too. Dawlish swallowed hard. His wand hand trembled. Harry saw it, and took it like a small, sharp weapon. If Dawlish was afraid, Dawlish could be pushed. Harry forced his voice out, rough. "It likes you," he said. Dawlish's eyes snapped to him. "Shut up." Harry swallowed hard. The Dementor was still there. The cold was in his bones. He could barely think. He forced the words anyway. "It likes fear," he rasped. "And you smell like it." Dawlish's face twisted with rage and panic. "Shut your mouth," he hissed. The Dementor drifted closer to Dawlish, as if curious. Dawlish's breath hitched. He stepped back, voice tight. "Fine," he snapped, then he pointed his wand at the Dementor and muttered a harsh spell. A pulse of magic flared, weak. The Dementor barely shifted. Dawlish's eyes widened. Harry's stomach dropped. The Ministry could not control them. Not really. The Dementor drifted back toward Harry again, slow, hungry. Harry's throat burned. He forced his mind blank, but the memories clawed anyway. He felt the edges of panic, hot under the cold. Then he heard Bellatrix's laugh, faint, down the corridor, like she could sense the shape of the moment. Harry clenched his jaw and did the only thing he could think of. He let one memory rise on purpose. Not a bright one. Not a hopeful one. A dull, heavy one that tasted like ash. A cupboard. Darkness. A voice shouting his name like it was an insult. He offered it like a scrap. The Dementor hovered, tasting. Harry's chest tightened. His stomach rolled. The Dementor drifted away, slow, as if satisfied for now. Harry sagged against the chair, breath shaking. Dawlish stared at him, eyes hard. "What did you just do?" Harry forced his voice flat. "Nothing." Dawlish stepped closer, gripped tight on his wand. "Do not play games with me," he hissed. Harry met his gaze, and the fear in his own chest turned into something colder. "You are the one playing games," Harry said quietly. "In a place where you cannot win." Dawlish's face twisted. He lifted the cup again, hand shaking. "Drink." Harry stared at the cup. His throat burned. His wrists ached. His head throbbed. He did not drink. Dawlish's mouth tightened. "Fine," he snapped. "Then we do it another way." He raised his wand. Harry's pulse spiked. The door opened again, and the chained guard stepped in, mask still on. He leaned close to Dawlish and spoke in a low voice Harry could not fully hear. Harry caught only a few words. Schedule. Lower level. Not now. Dawlish's jaw clenched. He stared at Harry like he wanted to peel him open with his wand, then he forced himself back. Take him! Dawlish snapped. The guard flicked his wand, and the bindings released. Harry's wrist sprang free, numb and aching. The chained guard yanked him up, rough. As they dragged him out, Dawlish leaned close, voice low and poisonous. You will drink eventually, he murmured. Everyone does. Harry forced himself to keep walking. Back in the corridor, the cold settled again. The sea smell returned faintly as they turned corners. Harry kept his eyes forward, but his mind was racing, grabbing at every detail. The interrogation room location. The runes on the door. The way the corridor echo changed near it. Dawlish's fear. The Dementor's behavior. They passed Bellatrix's cell again. Her voice came through the wall, bright and delighted. Did they play with you? She sang. Harry did not answer. Bellatrix laughed. That means yes. The chained guard shoved Harry forward. As they neared Harry's cell, another door farther down opened, and a prisoner was dragged out. Harry caught a glimpse, pale hair, sharp cheekbones, eyes dull with exhaustion. Lucius Malfoy. Lucius's gaze flicked up, and for a split second, it landed on Harry like a knife. Then Lucius smiled. It was not a friendly smile. It was recognition. Calculation. A man seeing a new piece on a board. Potter, Lucius said softly, voice smooth even here. How charming! The guard jerked him forward. Harry's stomach clenched. He forced his face blank. Malfoy, he said. Lucius's eyes narrowed, pleased. They finally decided you were too troublesome for the castle, he murmured. I wondered when the ministry would stop pretending you were a symbol and start treating you like a threat. Harry's jaw tightened. Enjoying prison, he said flatly. Lucius laughed quietly. This is not prison, he said, eyes glinting. This is punishment. Harry's pulse hammered. He felt the guard's grip tighten on his arm, warning. Lucius leaned closer, chains clinking. Tell me, he murmured, did they send you here to spy? Harry's stomach dropped. Lucius's smile widened, sharp. Ah, he purred. That look. You are terrible at hiding it. Harry forced his voice steady. You are imagining things. Lucius chuckled. No, he said. I am recognizing patterns. The old man likes patterns. He likes sacrifices. Harry's throat tightened. Lucius's voice dipped, almost conspiratorial. Be careful, he murmured. There are levels here you do not want to see. Even I do not want to see them, and I have enjoyed many ugly places. Harry's eyes narrowed. What levels? Lucius's gaze flicked toward the floor, then back up, smile thin. Ask your neighbor, he murmured. A guard shoved Lucius forward hard, cutting off whatever else he was going to say. Harry's stomach twisted. He watched Lucius disappear down the corridor, then the chained guard yanked Harry toward his own door and shoved him inside. The door slammed. The lock clicked. Harry stood there, chest heaving, wrist aching, mind racing too fast to settle. Bellatrix's voice came instantly. Well, she purred. That was fun. You were gone long enough for me to get bored. Harry pressed his palm to the wall, grounding himself. They have Dawlish, he said quietly. Bellatrix went still. Of course they do, she murmured. They send the obedient dogs to do the dirty work. Harry's jaw tightened. He tried to make me drink something. Bellatrix laughed, sharp. Truth, she said instantly, like it was obvious. They love truth when it suits them. Harry's throat tightened. A Dementor came in, he said. Bellatrix's laughter faded. Did it? She asked, voice lower. Touch you? Harry swallowed. No. Bellatrix's silence was brief, then she exhaled softly. Good, she murmured, and the words sounded almost like relief. Harry's stomach tightened at that. He forced his voice steady. Malfoy is here, he said. Bellatrix laughed, delighted again. Lucius, she purred. Poor thing. Does he still try to look important in chains? Harry's jaw clenched. He hinted about lower levels, he said. He told me to ask you. Bellatrix hummed. Of course he did, she murmured. He has heard the sounds. He has not seen the doors. Harry pressed his forehead to the stone, breath slow. Tell me, he said. Bellatrix's laugh turned softer, almost pleased. You are learning how to ask properly, she whispered. Harry's fingers curled against the damp wall. Tell me, he repeated. Bellatrix's voice dropped. There is a place below this level, she said, where the stone is warmer. Not comforting warm. Sick warm. Like a fever. Harry's stomach twisted. That seam, he said quietly. Bellatrix made a soft sound of approval. Yes, she murmured. The seam. It is near you. That is why you were placed there. They do not put people randomly. They put people where they will be useful. Harry's pulse hammered. Useful how? Bellatrix's laugh was quiet and ugly. As food, she whispered. As witness. As experiment. Harry's throat burned. He swallowed hard. How do people go down? Bellatrix was silent for a moment. Then she spoke, and her voice had less play in it, more edge. There is a door, she said. Not in the corridor, you see. Behind a wall that shifts when certain runes are touched. Guards go there when the ministry sends orders. They take one prisoner. They do not announce it. They do not write it down where anyone decent can find it. Harry's fingers tightened. How do you know? Bellatrix's laugh came back, smaller. Because once, she said, voice low, they took someone from 3 doors down. He screamed a name before they gagged him. Harry's stomach clenched. Whose name? Bellatrix's voice dipped. Mine, she whispered. Harry went still. Bellatrix laughed softly, bitter and pleased at the same time. I laughed, she said. I laughed so hard the guard threatened to hex me. Because imagine thinking my name could save you. Harry's throat tightened. Did he come back? Bellatrix's voice went quiet. Yes, she said. But his eyes were wrong. He did not know his own hands. Harry felt cold slide down his spine that had nothing to do with the prison temperature. Bellatrix's voice softened again, almost thoughtful. If you want down there, she murmured, you do not ask. You make yourself inconvenient. Harry's jaw tightened. Meaning? Bellatrix laughed. Meaning you make them think you know too much, she purred. Meaning you make them think you are about to speak. Harry swallowed. He stared at his scratched map. His mind raced, building risk and cost and timing. He could do that. He could push Dawlish. He could push the guards into panic. It would also put a target on him so bright the Dementors could probably taste it. Harry's hands shook. He forced them still. Bellatrix's voice came again, quieter. "Do you trust me?" she asked, and there was a faint edge of curiosity in it, like she was genuinely interested in the answer. Harry's throat worked. "No," he said. Bellatrix laughed softly. "Good," she murmured. "Neither do I." Harry swallowed. "Then why are you telling me this?" Bellatrix's laugh faded into silence, and when she spoke again, her voice was low. "Because I do not want to rot here forever," she said. "And because you are the first thing I have seen in years that might break the lock." Harry's chest tightened. He stared at the stone. Bellatrix's voice dipped, almost intimate again. "Also," she added, and the playfulness returned in a thin layer, "you fed me chocolate. That was rude. Now I have to be fair." Harry let out a short breath, half laugh, half disbelief. "Fair," he repeated. Bellatrix hummed. "Debt," she corrected. Harry leaned back against the wall opposite the door, shoulders tight. His forearms still ached from the clipped spell. His wrists were bruised from chains. His stomach churned with hunger again already. He pressed his fingers to the seam in the wall near the floor, feeling that faint warmth. He did not know how long he sat there, breathing slow, building the stone wall, listening to the corridor. Then footsteps came. Not the porridge footsteps. Not the usual patrol. These were heavier. More than one pair. A pause outside his door. A key turning. Harry's pulse spiked. Bellatrix went quiet instantly. The lock clicked. The door swung open. 2 guards stood there, masks on, wands out. Cold air rushed in. "Potter," the wand guard said, voice flat. "On your feet." Harry pushed himself up, heart hammering, mouth dry. "Where?" he started. The chained guard stepped forward and snapped shackles onto his wrists before he finished. The metal bit cold. The wand guard leaned in slightly, voice low. "You asked too many questions," he murmured. Harry's stomach dropped. He forced his face blank anyway. Bellatrix's voice slid through the wall, soft as a knife. "Told you," she whispered. The guards yanked Harry forward into the corridor. The air felt heavier tonight. The torches burned lower. The Dementor rasping sound drifted from somewhere deeper, slow and patient. Harry's hands shook in the shackles. He clenched his jaw and forced his breathing slow. Stone wall. Cold ocean. Nothing. They marched him past the familiar doors, past the scratch marks he had memorized, past the corner where the sea smell changed. Then they turned down a corridor he had not walked before. The echo changed. The stone under his bare feet felt warmer. Harry's stomach clenched. He lifted his head, eyes narrowing, trying to catch every detail without looking like he was catching it. Bellatrix's laugh drifted faintly behind him, too far now to be clear, but the sound still hooked into his spine like a reminder. The guards stopped at a section of wall that looked ordinary. One of them pressed his wand to a rune Harry had not noticed before. The stone shivered. A seam appeared, thin and dark, like the wall was opening its mouth. Harry's breath caught. Cold rolled out, not the corridor cold, but something deeper, sick and wet. The air smelled of salt and rot, and something that made Harry's stomach twist hard. The opening widened. Stairs waited in the dark, going down. The wand guard shoved Harry forward. "Welcome," he murmured, voice tight with something that was not quite pride and not quite fear. "To the part of Azkaban they do not put in reports." Harry stared into the dark. Somewhere below, something breathed, slow and hungry, like it had been waiting for him to arrive. The wall closed behind Harry with a soft grind, stones sliding back into place like it had never opened at all. The seam vanished. The corridor sound vanished with it. Even the sea felt farther away, muffled, like Azkaban had put a hand over the world's mouth. The stairs in front of him dipped into darkness that did not look like normal dark. It looked thick. The air smelled warmer down there, sickly warm, like damp cloth left too long in a corner. Harry's stomach clenched and he swallowed hard, throat already raw from cold and fear and too little sleep. A guard shoved him forward. "Move," the guard said, voice flat. Harry's wrists were chained in front of him, the metal biting into bruises from yesterday. The ache in his forearm flared when the chain tugged. He set his jaw and stepped down. One step. Another. The stone under his feet felt warmer, and that warmth made his skin crawl more than the cold ever had. The air changed with every stair. Less salt, more rot. Less wind, more stagnant breath. Behind him, boots scraped. 2 guards. One close enough that Harry could smell stale tea on his breath through the mask. The other walked a half step back, wand angled toward Harry's spine, like he expected Harry to grow wings and fly. Harry did not look back. He counted their steps instead, not neatly, but by rhythm. Heavy, light, heavy. A pause when the front guard shifted his grip on the chain. A soft click when the wand guard adjusted his hold. The stairs curved. The light from above thinned, then died. A torch ahead flickered to life, greenish and wrong. Not fire. Something else. It spat a little and settled into a low burn that made the stone look slick, like it was sweating. Harry's breath came out in shallow puffs. The air was warmer, but he was still cold. Cold inside. The kind that made his teeth ache. A rasp drifted up from below, slow, patient. Harry's stomach dropped. Not a Dementor rasp. Not the cloth drag sound from the upper levels. This rasp had weight, like something scraping bone. The front guard stopped for a second. Harry felt it, that pause, the tiny hesitation in the chain. Fear in the guard's body language. "Keep moving," the wand guard muttered, but his voice had a tight edge. Harry forced his legs to keep going. They reached a landing. The stairs continued down, but the landing held a door, iron-strapped, runes carved into the frame. The runes were old. They made Harry's eyes water when he looked at them too long. The front guard tapped a sequence with his wand. The runes flashed dull red, then faded. The door opened. Warm air rolled out, damp and foul. Harry stepped through and gagged, quick, bow rising. He clamped his mouth shut and swallowed it back, throat burning. His body shook once, then steadied. He forced it. The room beyond was not a room. It was a corridor cut into stone, wider than the cell halls above, with a low ceiling and a floor that sloped down slightly. Metal rings were bolted into the walls at regular gaps, and some of the rings still had chains hanging from them, rusted, swaying faintly, like the air was breathing. A guard's voice echoed from somewhere ahead. Not words. Just a low, tired murmur. Harry's pulse kicked. He kept his gaze forward, but his senses reached out, grabbing details. The torchlight was uneven. There were wet patches on the floor that looked darker than water. Old blood. The smell matched. The front guard jerked the chain again. Head down. Harry did not drop his head. He narrowed his eyes instead, scanning for exits, for seams, for anything that looked like a shift. The stone here was smoother, polished by years of bodies dragged across it. The rasp sound came again, closer now. Harry's heart hammered. He forced his breathing slower, pulled his mind into the familiar stone wall. Smooth. Empty. No cracks. Something moved in the torchlight ahead. Not a Dementor. A figure shuffled at the edge of the corridor, too slow, too uneven, head tilted like the neck could not hold it straight. The figure's skin looked gray under the greenish flame, stretched tight over cheekbones. The eyes were open, but they did not focus. Harry's stomach churned. The front guard muttered, "Stay back!" Not to Harry, but to the thing. It did not respond. The wand guard's wand lifted. "Move!" he snapped. The figure's mouth opened. A wet sound came out, like a laugh that had been drowned. Harry swallowed hard. The front guard shoved Harry forward again. "Do not look at them!" Harry's voice came out rough. "What are they?" The front guard did not answer. The wand guard did. "Failures," he said like it was a joke he had heard too many times. "People who thought they could last down here." Harry's throat tightened. "They are prisoners." The wand guard's laugh was small and ugly. "Not anymore." Harry's stomach twisted. He kept walking, chains clinking softly, and the failure shuffled closer, drawn by sound. Harry felt the hair on his arms lift. Not from magic, from instinct. This thing was not right. It moved like a person, but the air around it felt wrong, like it was thin. The failure reached out, fingers twitching. The front guard flicked his wand and a burst of light snapped. Not a stunner. Something harsher. The failure recoiled with a wet gasp, stumbling back into the wall. Harry's jaw clenched. "Why are you doing that?" The front guard snapped. "Shut your mouth." Harry kept his face blank, but his stomach burned. The plan required him to play prisoner. It did not require him to forget he was human. They moved past the failure. Harry did not look back, but he heard it. The wet rasping breath, the soft scrape of nails on stone. The corridor ended at another door, this one heavier, with 3 locks. The front guard tapped each lock in turn, muttering under his breath. The locks clicked, one after another. When the door opened, cold hit Harry again. Not the upper-level cold. This was colder and cleaner, like someone had carved the warmth out of the air and left only the absence. Harry's breath caught. Inside was a chamber. It was round, wider than any room Harry had seen in Azkaban, with a ceiling that disappeared into shadow. Torches circled the walls, their light low. The center of the chamber was empty except for a ring of carved stone, like a shallow pit, and inside that pit was a shaft that dropped straight down into black. Harry stepped forward and felt the pull. Not physical pull. Something in the air tugging at his mind, like the moment before a nightmare hits. He swallowed hard. His hands shook in the chains. The wand guard's voice came near his ear. "Do not look down." Harry's jaw tightened. "Why?" The guard's breath hitched. "Because it looks back." Harry forced himself not to react. He turned his gaze to the walls instead and saw the marks. Scratches. Gouges. Symbols carved by hands with too much time and not enough hope. Some were fresh. Some were old and half worn away. A sound rose from the shaft, low and distant, like a crowd whispering from underwater. Harry's stomach rolled. The front guard shoved him toward a metal post bolted near the pit. A chain hung from the post, thick and heavy. Harry's voice came out tight. "What is this?" The front guard's hands were steady, but his posture was stiff. "A lesson," he said. The wand guard tightened the chain around Harry's wrists, then clipped it to the post. Metal snapped into place. Harry's arms jerked forward. The chain was short. He could stand, but not step far. He could sit, but not curl away. Harry's pulse hammered. He tested the chain once, felt the bite. The wand guard stepped back. "You are going to tell us where the artifact is?" Harry stared. "This is not interrogation. This is—" he swallowed. "This is torture." The front guard shrugged, like the word did not matter. "Call it what you like." Harry's mouth went dry. "Who ordered this?" The wand guard's eyes glittered through the mask. "People who are tired of you." Harry forced himself to breathe. Stone wall. Cold ocean. Nothing. The sound from the shaft rose again. Then a shape drifted up. Harry's heart slammed. A Dementor. But not like the ones above. This one moved slower, heavier, like it belonged to the dark. Its cloak looked thicker, wetter, the edges dripping something that vanished before it hit the floor. The hood was deeper. The air around it pressed down hard enough that Harry's knees threatened to buckle. The guards stiffened. Even they backed up a step. Harry's stomach clenched. He tasted bile. The Dementor drifted closer. Harry forced his breathing slow. He tried to build the stone wall, but the pressure cracked at it, pushing memories into the gaps. A cupboard door slamming. A shout. A laugh that was not kind. Then Ron's voice, raw in the courtroom. "Harry." Hermione's voice, sharp. "Look at me." Ginny's voice, rough. "Come back." Harry's throat tightened until it hurt to swallow. The Dementor hovered near him. The cold sank into his bones. His fingers went numb. His eyes watered. He blinked hard and forced his gaze to the stone post, to the chain clip, to anything that was not the hood. The guards watched like men staring at a wild animal they had invited in. The Dementor leaned. Harry's breath hitched. He clenched his jaw and forced air in through his nose, out through tight lips. He fought the urge to cough. He fought the urge to gag. He fought the urge to beg. A whisper came from the Dementor. Not a word. A feeling. A pull. Like it was trying to peel the shape of Harry's happiness off him and eat it. Harry's hands shook against the chain. His stomach rolled again. He swallowed it back, throat burning. The front guard's voice was tight. "Speak." Harry's voice came out hoarse. "I do not have it." The Dementor pressed closer. Harry's vision dimmed at the edges, gray creeping in. He felt his mind slip. Not fully. Not yet. He grabbed the stone wall again, forced it smooth, forced it hard. He offered it emptiness. He offered it a dead memory, something dull and useless. The Dementor paused, as if tasting. Harry's chest heaved. Sweat slicked his back even in the cold. The wand guard's voice snapped. "Stop playing! Tell us where it is." Harry swallowed hard. "Go to hell." The guard's wand lifted, but he did not cast. He did not want to draw the Dementor's attention. Fear flickered in his body language again. The Dementor tilted its hood toward the guard, as if it had heard the anger and liked it. The guard froze. Harry saw the opening and took it. He twisted his wrist sharply, scraping the chain against the metal clip. Not enough to break it, but enough to shift it. The clip had a small seam, the sort that could be forced if you had a tool. He did not have a tool. He had intent. Harry closed his eyes for a split second, forced his mind into a narrow point. The seam. The weakness. The edge. He pushed magic without a wand, not a spell word, just a sharp command in his head. Open. Pain snapped through his wrist, sharp and hot, like something tore under the skin. Harry gasped and clamped his mouth shut immediately. Blood trickled warm down his palm. The clip did not open. But it shifted. A tiny movement. A fraction. Harry's heart hammered. He forced his breathing slow. The Dementor hovered, drawn by the scent of blood, drawn by pain. Harry's stomach dropped. He had misjudged. The Dementor drifted closer. The air thickened. The world dimmed further. Harry's hands shook. Blood slid down his fingers, warm against the cold chain. The front guard's voice rose strained. "Stop it!" he snapped at Harry, panicked now. "Do not bleed." Harry's mouth twisted. "You chained me to a monster," he rasped. "What did you expect?" The Dementor leaned in. Harry's mind buckled. A bright memory tried to burst through, a laugh, a warm fire, a Quidditch pitch, Ron grinning. Hermione rolling her eyes. Ginny's hand on his sleeve. The Dementor drank at the edge of it. Harry felt it like losing something in his chest. He jolted. Not physically, but inside. He forced his mind to throw up a different memory, something ugly, something heavy, something that tasted like nothing. A damp cupboard. A cold floor. A hand snatching food away. The Dementor paused, disgusted or uninterested. Harry's lungs burned. He held on. The wand guard stepped forward, voice tight. "Enough," he snapped, then he flicked his wand toward Harry's wrists. The chains loosened. Not fully. Just enough that Harry's arms dropped, blood still slicking the metal. The Dementor drifted back half a step, as if irritated at being denied. Harry sucked in air, chest heaving, and in that moment he saw it. The guards were not controlling this creature. They were begging it. The front guard's voice was low, respectful, like he was speaking to a superior. "He will speak," he said, and the lie in the sentence tasted like fear. The Dementor hovered patient. Harry forced his voice steady. "You are feeding them," he said, and he watched the guards flinch. "You bring them down here. You let them taste." The wand guard's eyes narrowed. "You do not know anything." Harry's laugh was rough. "I know you are afraid," he said. "I know you are not the one in charge." The front guard stepped forward, and his wand lifted now. "Enough." Harry's mouth went dry. The guard's wand was pointed at Harry's face, not at the Dementor. A choice. A line. Harry forced his gaze steady. "What is under this?" he asked, voice hoarse. "What is in the shaft?" The front guard's hand trembled. The Dementor turned its hood slowly toward the shaft, like it was listening too. The front guard swallowed. "Do not ask that," he said. Harry's chest tightened. "Why?" The wand guard's voice came out harsh. "Because you will not like the answer." Harry's hands shook. He pressed his bleeding palm against his thigh, grounding himself in the wet warmth. He forced his mind to focus. Presence roster. 2 guards. 1 Dementor. Him. No one else. Not yet. He listened. There was a faint hum under the chamber. A vibration in the stone, like a heartbeat, slow and steady. Harry's stomach twisted. "It is alive," he whispered, and he hated that Bellatrix had been right. The front guard's voice snapped. "Shut up." The Demented drifted toward Harry again, impatient. The wand guard leaned in, voice low. "Last chance?" he hissed. "Where is it?" Harry swallowed. His throat was raw. His body shook, partly from cold, partly from the effort of keeping his mind from tearing open. "I do not have it," Harry said again. "But you do." The wand guard froze. The front guard's breath hitched. Harry pressed, voice rough but steady. "It is not missing," he said. "You are using it." The guard's silence was answer enough. The Dementor hovered. Then, from somewhere above, a sound cut through the chamber. A scream. Not a prisoner's scream. A guard's scream. The guards both turned their heads, startled, fear flashing. The Dementor did too. Harry's heart slammed. Opportunity. He twisted his wrists again, shoved his intent into the seam in the clip with everything he had left. Open. Pain tore through his forearm, sharp enough that his vision flashed white. He bit down hard, tasted blood. The clip snapped. Metal popped loose. Harry's hands flew free. The front guard swore and lunged. Harry ducked under the grab, blood slicking his fingers, and slammed his shoulder into the guard's ribs. The impact jolted up his spine. The guard staggered back a step. The wand guard's wand snapped up. Harry moved before the spell left the tip. He kicked low, foot cracking against the guard's shin. The guard cursed, balance shifting. Harry grabbed the chain still hanging from the post and whipped it hard, metal snapping into the guard's wand hand. The chain hit with a sharp crack. The wand clattered to the stone. Harry's breath came hard. His chest burned. His hand throbbed with pain. He forced himself to keep moving. The Dementor drifted toward him, drawn by the burst of fear and pain. Harry's stomach dropped. He had seconds. He snatched the fallen wand, not thinking about whose it was, just thinking weapon. He did not let himself hesitate. The front guard shoved him hard. Harry stumbled, caught himself, and threw a shield on instinct. The shield flared, catching a spell that would have slammed into his chest. The impact rattled his bones. Harry sucked in air. The Dementor was closer now, had turned toward him. Harry's mind screamed Patronus. The thought came with desperate clarity. But the air here felt wrong for it. Thick. Hungry. Like the prison would swallow the light. Harry did not try. Instead, he cast raw. He flicked the wand and shouted the simplest thing he could shape under pressure. Lumos. Light flared, harsh and white, not a gentle beam, a blast. The Dementor recoiled, cloak snapping back like it had been slapped. The guards flinched too, blinded. Harry used the second. He ran. Not toward the door they came through, because the guards would expect it. He sprinted toward the shaft instead, feet pounding, breath tearing at his lungs, blood slick on his palm. The shaft edge came fast. The pit was ringed with carved stone. The drop below was black. The whisper from under it rose, louder now, like a crowd that had noticed him. Harry's stomach twisted. He skidded to a stop, heart hammering. Behind him, boots scraped. The guards were recovering. The Demented drifted after him, slower, angry. Harry stared into the shaft. He should not jump. He knew that. He was not stupid. But the door behind him would lead to chains and truth potion and a Dementor's kiss if Dawlish decided he was tired of games. Harry's mind flashed back to Bellatrix's warning. Make yourself inconvenient. Make them think you are about to speak. He was past that. He was inconvenient now. He was a problem with teeth. Harry swallowed hard. He turned, wand raised, and watched the guards rush him. The front guard came first, wand up, spell on his lips. Harry fired a stunner. The guard threw a shield too late. The stunner clipped his shoulder, and he slammed into the wall with a grunt, sliding down. The wand guard came next, anger in his eyes. He slashed his wand and chains shot out. Harry ducked. The chains scraped his hair, cold and sharp, and slapped into the floor behind him. Harry's breath came fast. He flicked his wand, cutting the chain spell with a counter, then shoved magic forward, not a neat spell, just force. The wand guard staggered back, boots sliding. Harry's wrist screamed. The blood caused him again, a hot pulse under the skin. He almost lost his grip on the wand. The Dementor drifted closer, drawn by the pain spike. Harry's stomach rolled. He forced it down. The front guard pushed up from the wall, groaning, wand shaking. He pointed it at Harry. Harry saw the fear in his posture, and he understood. They were terrified of the shaft. Terrified enough to take Harry back before he went down. That meant the shaft mattered. Harry's jaw clenched. He took a breath that felt like it tore his lungs, and he did the dumbest thing he could do. He smiled. Not wide. Not brave. Just enough. Go on, Harry rasped. Stop me. The front guard's eyes widened. The wand guard's breath hitched. Harry backed up one step, heel at the edge of the pit. The whisper from below rose eager. The guards froze. Harry's heart hammered. He backed up another half step. Do not! The front guard snapped, voice cracking. Harry's smile twitched. Why? He asked, voice low. What is it going to do? Eat me. The guards did not answer. That was answer enough. Harry looked at the shaft again. His stomach churned. His body screamed to run the other way. Every instinct wanted the familiar corridor, even if it meant chains. But this was the mission. This was the crack. This was where the prison's mouth opened. He glanced at the Dementor. It hovered impatient, as if it could not wait for him to make a mistake. Harry's fingers tightened around the wand. He took one more step back, and his heels slipped on damp stone. His stomach dropped. For a split second, he teetered. Then a hand grabbed his arm. Not a guard. A grip like iron through bone. Harry twisted, ready to strike, and saw eyes through a hooded shadow that was not a Dementor. Bellatrix. She was not supposed to be here. She was not supposed to be anywhere but the cell next to his, laughing through stone. But her hand was on his arm, and her other hand held a wand Harry had never seen her with in Azkaban, and her smile was sharp and bright as blood. Told you, she whispered, voice low in his ear. It listens. Harry's pulse slammed. How? he hissed. Bellatrix's laugh was breathless. Do you think stone keeps me? She murmured. Do you think I have been polite all these years? The guards froze. The front guard's voice broke. Lestrange, he snapped, fear flaring into anger. Get back! Bellatrix's eyes flicked toward them, amused. Oh, she purred. Look at you, pretending you are in control. Harry's stomach twisted. Why are you here? He hissed, voice shaking with adrenaline. Bellatrix's fingers tightened on his arm. Because you opened a door, she whispered. And because I am not letting you have the fun alone. The Demented drifted closer, hood turning toward Bellatrix too. Bellatrix's smile sharpened, then flickered, just for a heartbeat, when the air shifted around her. Harry saw it. Something on her skin, under the prison grime, a faint dark pattern at her forearm. Then it dimmed. Like the prison swallowed it. Bellatrix's eyes narrowed. Harry's throat tightened. Your mark, he whispered without thinking. Bellatrix's smile turned strange. It is quiet, she murmured, almost curious. It does not like this place. Harry's stomach dropped. If her mark was dulled here, then the prison was bigger than Voldemort's control. The guards moved again, panic driving them. The wand guard lunged toward Bellatrix, wand up, shouting a binding curse. Bellatrix flicked her wand, fast, and the curse shattered against the shield like glass. Harry's breath hitched. Overpowered. Effortless. Bellatrix laughed, bright. Darling, she said, mocking, you are out of your depth. The front guard aimed at Harry. Drop the wand, he snapped. Harry's jaw clenched. He did not. Bellatrix's grip tightened on Harry's arm again. Jump, she whispered. Harry's stomach lurched. What? Bellatrix's voice was sharp now, the place stripped away. If you go back, she hissed, you lose your mind in chains and they feed you to it anyway. If you go down, she said, eyes glittering, you at least see the monster. Harry's throat burned. He looked at the shaft. Black. Whispering. Waiting. He looked at the Dementor. Closer now. Hungry. He looked at the guards. Terrified, angry, desperate. He looked at Bellatrix. Smiling like this was the first time she had felt alive in years. His hands shook. He forced his breathing slow. Stone wall, he told himself. Then he let the wall crack, just a little, enough to let one thought through. Do it. Harry tightened his grip on the wand. He flicked it once, not aiming to win, aiming to buy a second. A burst of light snapped toward the guards, bright enough to make them flinch. Bellatrix yanked him hard. They jumped. The shaft swallowed them. Air tore past Harry's face. Cold and warm at once. His stomach lurched up into his throat. His chest tightened so hard he could not breathe. The whispering rose, loud, filling his ears, filling his skull. Bellatrix's hand stayed locked on his arm like a shackle. Harry's fingers slipped on the wand, sweat and blood slicking the grip. He clenched harder, knuckles aching. The darkness around them thickened. For a split second, Harry thought they would hit stone and shatter. Then something grabbed at them. Not hands. Magic. A pull, a net, something invisible catching them and slowing the fall in jerks, like a creature testing prey. Harry's shoulder wrenched. Pain spiked. He bit down hard, tasted blood. Bellatrix hissed, breath sharp. Then the pull released. They dropped again. Harry's lungs burned. He forced air in. The whispering turned into voices, too many, overlapping, not words, just sounds shaped like despair. Then the bottom came. Not a hard smash, but a violent slide, magic catching them again at the last second and slamming them sideways onto wet stone. Harry hit shoulder first. Pain snapped bright. His wand skittered from his hand and clattered into the dark. He gasped, breath ragged, hands scrabbling for traction on slick stone. Bellatrix rolled, landed on her feet with a grunt, then grabbed Harry by the collar and yanked him up like he weighed nothing. Up, she snapped. Harry's legs shook. He forced them under him. His stomach churned hard. He swallowed bile, throat burning. The air down here was warmer and foul. It smelled like wet earth and old blood and something sweet underneath, like decay. Torches flickered along the walls, but the flame was wrong, low and greenish again. The light made the stone look alive, as if it pulsed. Harry's pulse hammered. He fought the urge to gag again. He scanned quick. Presence roster. Him. Bellatrix. No guards. No Dementor. Not yet. The space around them was not a corridor. It was a cavern cut into stone, with walls carved by magic, smooth in some places, jagged in others like something had clawed through. The floor was damp, covered in shallow water that reflected torchlight in broken shards. A sound came from the dark ahead. That rasp again. Harry's throat tightened. He turned his head and saw them. Failures. Not one. Several. They stood in the shadows, hunched, skin gray, eyes open but wrong. They moved as a group, slow, drawn by sound and warmth. Harry's stomach dropped. His hands shook. Bellatrix's smile sharpened. There they are, she murmured, almost pleased. Harry swallowed. They will attack. Bellatrix laughed softly. They will try, she said. Harry's jaw clenched. We need my wand. Bellatrix's eyes flicked to him. Find it, she said, then she stepped forward toward the failures like she was walking into a ballroom. Harry's breath hitched. Are you mad? Bellatrix glanced back, grin bright. Always, she said, and then she flicked her wand. A spell shot out, not a stunner, not a curse Harry recognized. It was a whip of purple light that cracked across the cavern floor with a sharp snap. The failures flinched, jerking back like animals. Harry used the second. He dropped to his knees, hands sweeping the wet stone, fingers searching. His shoulder screamed. He forced it. His hand closed on wood. He grabbed the wand and pushed up, breathing hard, water dripping off his knuckles. One of the failures surged forward, faster than the others, mouth opening in a wet gasp. Its hands clawed for Harry. Harry reacted on instinct. He raised the wand and shouted, Stupefy! Red light hit the failure square in the chest. It did not fall. It staggered, then kept coming, eyes dull, mouth twisting. Harry's stomach dropped. Bellatrix laughed, delighted. Oh, she purred. They are tougher than upstairs. Harry's pulse hammered. He backed up, boots sliding in shallow water. The failure swung at him. Harry ducked, felt cold fingers brush his hair. He snapped his wand up and cast again, this time aiming for the legs. The spell hit. The failure's knees buckled. It dropped, but it did not stop. It crawled, nails scraping stone, reaching. Harry's breath came fast. He took a half step forward and slammed his boot down on its wrist. Bone cracked. The sound echoed. The failure did not scream. It did not feel it. It just kept reaching with the other hand. Harry's stomach churned. Bellatrix's voice cut in, sharp. Head, she said, like she was correcting a student. Harry swallowed hard. He raised his wand. He did not want to do this. He did not want to start becoming that person. The failure lunged again. Harry fired. The spell hit the failure's skull and it snapped back, body going limp, sliding into the water. Harry stood there, chest heaving, wand shaking in his grip, stomach turning. Bellatrix laughed softly. Good, she said. You can learn. Harry glared at her. Do not. Bellatrix's grin widened. Do not what? She asked, mock innocent. Praise you. Teach you. Enjoy you. Harry's jaw clenched. We need to move, he said, voice rough. Bellatrix's eyes flicked forward, and for the first time her playfulness faded a fraction. Yes, she murmured. Because it hurt us. Harry's throat tightened. It. Bellatrix did not answer. She moved fast, stepping around the limp failure and heading toward a darker passage cut into the cavern wall. Harry forced his legs to follow. His shoulder throbbed. His wrist bled still, the cut reopening from the fall. Warm blood ran down his palm, slick. He wiped it on his trousers and kept going. They moved into the passage. The air changed again. Warmer. Wetter. The hum under the stone grew stronger, a vibration Harry could feel in his teeth. Bellatrix slowed, eyes narrowing. Do you feel it? She whispered. Harry swallowed. Yes. Bellatrix's fingers flexed on her wand. It is close, she murmured, and her voice was quiet now, almost reverent. Harry's pulse hammered. He forced his breathing slow, tried to keep his mind from spinning. This was what Dumbledore wanted. The heart. The anchor. Proof. The passage opened into another chamber. This one was smaller than the shaft chamber above, but it felt heavier. The walls were carved with runes and spirals that made Harry's skin prickle. The floor was ringed with shallow channels, like grooves cut for liquid. Some of the grooves held black water that did not move. In the center of the chamber stood a structure like a rib cage made of stone, curved bars rising and meeting overhead. Inside that cage was something that made Harry's breath catch. A core. Not a heart like flesh. A dark object suspended in the middle, pulsing faintly, like it had its own slow rhythm. It was glossy in places and matte in others, as if it kept changing texture. The air around it shimmered. The hum under the stone came from it. Harry's stomach dropped. Bellatrix exhaled softly. There you are, she whispered. Harry swallowed hard. His hand shook around the wand. He felt the pull, not on his body, but on his mind. Like the core wanted his attention. Like it wanted him to look closer. He took a step forward before he meant to. Bellatrix's hand snapped out and grabbed his sleeve. No, she said sharp. Harry blinked. What? Bellatrix's eyes were bright. Do not walk to it, she hissed. It invites. Harry's throat tightened. It is calling. Bellatrix nodded once, jaw tight. Yes, she said. And if you answer, it eats you. Harry's stomach churned. He forced his legs still. He forced his breathing slow. The core pulsed again. A whisper brushed the edge of Harry's mind. Not words. A feeling. Come closer. Harry's chest tightened. He clenched his jaw. Bellatrix's voice was low. This is the mouth, she murmured. This is what feeds the Dementors. Harry swallowed. How? He whispered. Bellatrix's gaze flicked to the grooves in the floor. See the channels? She said. They used to run with blood. Harry's stomach lurched. Bellatrix's mouth twisted. Echrisdes built it, she whispered. A sink for suffering. A collector. Harry stared at the core. His mind raced. Proof. He needed proof. Something physical. Something he could bring back or describe with enough detail that even a court could not ignore it. His hand trembled. He raised the wand slightly, aiming at the core. Bellatrix's grip tightened on his sleeve. Do not, she hissed. Harry's voice came out rough. I have to test it. Bellatrix's eyes flashed. Test it with someone else's soul, she snapped. Harry swallowed hard. The core pulsed again. A shadow moved at the edge of the chamber. Harry's head snapped toward it. A Dementor drifted in. Not one of the upper patrols. This one moved like the one in the shaft chamber, heavy, old, cloak hanging wet, hood deep. Harry's stomach dropped. The cold hit the room hard enough that his breath caught. Bellatrix stiffened beside him, wand lifting. The Dementor did not rush them. It hovered near the edge, hood angled toward the core, like a starving dog staring at a bull. Harry's throat tightened. It is hungry, he whispered. Bellatrix's mouth curved, sharp. They all are, she murmured. But this one is starving. Harry's chest tightened. He could feel it, the pull in the air. The Dementor was not feeding on prisoners right now. It was feeding on the core's presence, like the core leaked a taste. The core pulsed, and the Dementor shuddered, cloak twitching. Harry's stomach rolled. So the Ministry, he said, voice low, is not feeding them enough. Bellatrix's eyes narrowed. Or they are feeding them wrong, she whispered. Harry stared at the grooves. Black water. Old stains. A ritual system built to turn pain into fuel. His fingers tightened around the wand. Bellatrix's hand squeezed his sleeve once, a warning. Harry forced his breathing slow. Then the core pulsed again, stronger, and the hum under the stones spiked, vibrating through Harry's bones. The Dementor turned its hood toward them. Harry's chest tightened. He felt the cold bite into his ribs. Bellatrix's voice dropped to a whisper, sharp. If it moves toward you, she said, you do not fight it. You distract it. Harry swallowed. How? Bellatrix's smile was thin. With what it wants, she murmured. Fear. Pain. Hope. Anything that tastes like life. Harry's throat burned. He forced his mind blank, tried to hide all of it. The Dementor drifted closer anyway. It was not looking for easy prey. It was looking for a meal. Bellatrix's wand flicked. A burst of light snapped against the wall near the Dementor, bright and sharp. The Dementor paused, irritated. Harry used the second to step back, pulling Bellatrix with him, away from the core's direct line. The core pulsed. The Dementor moved again. Harry's heart hammered. He tightened his grip on the wand and prepared to do the only thing he could do down here. Survive. The Dementor drifted closer, slow as a tide, and the air went tight around Harry's ribs like someone had wrapped a belt around his chest and pulled. His breath came shallow. His fingers clenched on the wand until his knuckles ached, and the cut on his wrist pulsed hot under the cold. Bellatrix stepped sideways, putting herself between Harry and the core without looking like she was doing it. Her wand stayed up. Her smile did not fully. The edges of it kept flickering, like her face was trying to remember how to be cruel, while her body remembered how to survive. "Do not let it taste you," she murmured, voice low enough that the torches almost swallowed it. Harry swallowed hard. "It is already trying." The core pulsed again, and the hum in the stone jumped, like a heartbeat spiking. The Dementor shuddered, cloak twitching. It turned its hood toward the core for a second, then back toward Harry like it could not decide which meal it wanted first. Bellatrix's gaze snapped to the grooves in the floor. "It is being fed," she whispered, and the disgust in her voice sounded real. Harry's stomach twisted. The whisper in his skull pressed again, the same pull as before, urging him to step forward, closer to the pulsing dark. "Come closer. Come closer." He set his jaw and forced his feet to stay put. The Dementor moved. Harry's lungs tightened. A scream tried to claw up his throat, not words, just panic-shaped like sound. He swallowed it down until it burned. Bellatrix flicked her wand and snapped. "Lumos!" A harsh burst of white light punched the air near the Dementor's hood. The Dementor recoiled a fraction, cloak rippling like it had been slapped. It did not retreat. It glided through the light like it was pushing through water and kept coming, patient and hungry. Harry's mouth went dry. "That did nothing." Bellatrix's laugh came out thin. "It noticed," she said. "That is enough." The cold deepened, and Harry felt his mind start to slide, memories trying to surface like bodies rising in dark water. Cedric on the ground. The green light. The sound of laughter that had no warmth in it. Harry's hands shook. He forced his mind into the stone wall again, tried to smooth it, tried to make it blank. The Dementor leaned closer. Harry's vision dimmed at the edges. His stomach rolled hard. He tasted metal. Bellatrix's hand snapped out and shoved Harry's shoulder. "Move!" she hissed. Harry stumbled sideways, boots slipping in shallow water. The Dementor followed him, hood turning like it was tracking his pulse. Bellatrix moved too, quick, a controlled slide, keeping herself near but not close enough for Harry to grab without thinking. Her wand stayed on the Dementor, but her eyes kept flicking to the core like she was measuring distance, timing, the way a predator measured a jump. Harry's chest burned. "We cannot fight it," he rasped. Bellatrix's voice was sharp. "Then do not fight it," she snapped. "Feed it something else." Harry's stomach dropped. "Like what?" Bellatrix's eyes flashed. "Like the thing it is staring at," she said, and her chin flicked toward the core. Harry stared, throat tight. "You want to push it toward the core?" Bellatrix's smile turned dangerous again, thin as a blade. "I want to remind it where dinner is," she murmured. The Dementor hovered close enough that Harry could feel the cold seeping into his teeth. His hands shook harder. His wand arm felt heavy, like the air itself was pressing it down. He forced himself to lift the wand anyway. "On 3, Harry said, voice rough. Bellatrix's laugh was quiet. "I do not count for anyone," she whispered, then she snapped. "Now." She fired first. Not a stunner. Not a curse with a neat color Harry recognized. A whip of violet light cracked across the chamber floor, loud and sharp, and the sound echoed off the stone ribs of the cage around the core. The Dementor jerked back like a startled animal. Harry used the second. He threw light again, not a beam, a bright blast right at the edge of the hood, and shouted, "Lumos!" The air flashed white. The Dementor recoiled, cloak snapping. Bellatrix struck again, driving the Dementor sideways, and the Dementor's glide shifted, its hood swinging toward the core as if the core's pulse had hooked it. Harry felt the pressure on his mind ease a fraction as the Dementor's attention slid away from him. He sucked in air, chest heaving. "Keep it moving!" Bellatrix hissed. Harry's fingers tightened. He stepped forward and cast again, not at the Dementor, but at the floor in front of it. The light burst flared, forcing it to drift around the bright patch. Bellatrix pushed from the other side, her spell cracking like a lash. The Dementor drifted, reluctant, but it moved. Closer to the core. The hum in the stone spiked again. The core pulsed, and Harry felt the pull on his mind sharpen, like the chamber itself was excited. The Dementor shuddered. Its cloak rippled. It leaned toward the core like it could not resist. Harry swallowed hard. "It is working!" Bellatrix's laugh came out breathless. "Of course it is working!" she snapped. "Nothing down here resists hunger." The Dementor glided into the space near the stone cage. The air around the core shimmered, and for a second Harry saw something he did not want to see. A faint outline, like a face in smoke, twisting, pulling, vanishing. His stomach lurched. He gagged once, hard, and clamped his mouth shut immediately. Bellatrix did not look at him. "Do not look too long," she said, voice tight. "It gets into your eyes." Harry forced his gaze to the grooves in the floor instead. Black water. Old stains. The channels that had once carried blood. His throat burned. The Dementor hovered over the core now, hood angled down, cloak trembling. It looked like it was drinking without a mouth. The core pulsed, and the Dementor shuddered again, satisfied, greedy. The pressure on Harry's mind eased another fraction. He took the chance. He stepped backward, slow, pulling Bellatrix with a tug on her sleeve. Bellatrix's eyes snapped to him. "What are you doing?" "Proof," Harry rasped. "We need proof." Bellatrix's smile flashed. "You want to steal from the mouth," she murmured, sounding delighted and disgusted at the same time. Harry's jaw clenched. "We cannot walk back up and say we saw a bad thing," he said. "No one will move on that. We need something they cannot argue with." Bellatrix's gaze flicked around the chamber, measuring. "There will be something," she said low. "They never build altars without tools." Harry's pulse hammered. He scanned the chamber again, eyes sharp despite the ache behind them. Stone ribs. Torches. Grooves. Runes carved into the floor in spirals. Then he saw it. A narrow shelf cut into the wall, half hidden behind a torch bracket. On the shelf sat a metal tray. On it lay a small vial, capped, and beside it a thin plate of silver covered in etched runes. Harry's stomach tightened. "There," he whispered. Bellatrix's eyes flicked. "Yes," she said, and her voice had a strange hunger in it too. "That is a ledger." Harry forced his legs to move. He kept his body low, steps careful, water splashing softly under his boots. The Dementor stayed near the core, cloak trembling as it fed. The core pulsed steadily now, like it had settled into a rhythm. Harry reached the shelf. The vial smelled faintly of iron even through the cap. He swallowed hard. "Blood?" Bellatrix's laugh was quiet. "Or worse," she murmured. Harry's fingers shook as he reached for the vial. He forced them steady. He took it and slid it into the inner seam of his robe, where his chest kept it warm. He grabbed the silver rune plate next, and the moment his fingers touched it, pain snapped bright behind his eyes. A whisper slammed into his mind. "Come closer." Harry's stomach lurched. His knees threatened to buckle. He clenched his jaw and yanked the plate free anyway, then shoved it into his robe with the vial. Bellatrix's hand caught his shoulder, steadying him. "Do not let it sit on your skin," she hissed. Harry nodded, breath ragged. The Dementor twitched at the sound of his breath. Harry froze. Bellatrix's grip tightened. "Quiet," she mouthed. Harry forced his breathing shallow, controlled, like he was trying to breathe around broken ribs. The Dementor stayed with the core. Bellatrix exhaled softly, then her eyes flicked toward the passage. "We leave now," she murmured. Harry nodded once, sharp. "Now." They moved. Not running yet. Too loud. Too easy to trip on the slick stone. They slid back into the passage, bodies tight, wands up. The hum faded a fraction as they left the chamber, but it never fully stopped. It stayed in Harry's bones like a vibration under his skin. They had gone maybe 20 paces when the whispering rose again behind them, louder, angry, like a crowd realizing the meal was being taken away. Harry's stomach dropped. It noticed. Bellatrix's laugh came out sharp. "Of course it noticed," she snapped. "It notices everything that tastes alive." A cold wind rolled down the passage behind them. Harry's chest tightened. "It is coming." Bellatrix grabbed his wrist, the one with the cut, and yanked him forward hard. Pain flashed. Harry hissed through his teeth. "Run," Bellatrix said. Harry ran. His boots slapped on wet stone. His breath tore at his lungs. His shoulders screamed from the fall earlier. The vial and plate in his robe thumped against his ribs with each step, a reminder of why he was doing this. Behind them, the cold rushed closer. Not footsteps. Gliding. A rasp like wet cloth dragged over stone, and the sound came faster now, impatient. Harry's mouth went dry. He forced himself to keep moving. The passage opened back into the cavern with the failures. They were not standing in the shadows anymore. They were moving. Several of them, drawn by the cold, drawn by the sound, drawn by whatever the core had stirred in them. Their heads tilted. Their mouths opened, wet breaths rasping out. Their hands twitched like they remembered how to grab. Harry's stomach lurched. Bellatrix did not slow. She flicked her wand and sent a burst of light across the cavern floor. It cracked and flared, and 3 failures flinched back, arms up like animals shielding their faces. "Do not stop," Bellatrix snapped. Harry did not. A failure lunged at him from the side, faster than the others, fingers hooking for his sleeve. Harry reacted on instinct. He swung the wand hard and shouted, "Stupefy!" The red spell hit the failure in the chest. It staggered but did not fall. Harry's pulse spiked. He had no time for this. He kicked low, foot cracking into its knee. Bones snapped. The failure dropped into the shallow water with a wet splash. Harry did not look at it again. He ran. Bellatrix moved beside him, a blur of black robe and sharp laughter, her wand cracking spells that sounded like whips and glass breaking. She did not fight like an Auror. She fought like someone who enjoyed watching things fall apart. The cold hit the cavern. The Dementor entered. Harry's breath caught. His vision dimmed at the edges. The failures shuddered as if the air itself had bitten them. Bellatrix swore under her breath, and the sound of it was the closest Harry had heard to fear from her. "Where is the shaft?" Harry rasped. Bellatrix's eyes snapped forward. "This way." She cut toward a darker slit in the cavern wall that Harry had not noticed before. He followed, boots sliding, water splashing, breath tearing. The failures surged behind them, pulled by cold, confused hunger. The Dementor glided after them too, hood deep, patient. Harry's chest burned. His mind started to slip again, memories clawing. Ginny's hand on his collar that last night in the common room, pulling him closer like she had a right. Her mouth on his, brief and fierce, like she was trying to give him heat to store. Harry's throat tightened. The Dementor tasted it. The cold slammed harder. Harry stumbled. Bellatrix's hand snapped out and caught his elbow, yanking him upright. "Do not!" she hissed. "Do not give it that!" Harry swallowed hard, jaw clenched. He forced the memory down like a stone. They reached the slit in the wall. It was not a corridor. It was a narrow tunnel, carved rough, sloping upward. The air inside it was colder, like it carried old drafts from above. Bellatrix shoved Harry into it. "Go." Harry went. He crawled at first because the tunnel was low, palms scraping stone, knees sliding. His wrists burned. His shoulders screamed. His breath came in ragged gasps he hated. Bellatrix followed, moving with less grace now, her laughter gone. Her breathing was sharp, controlled. Behind them, the rasp came closer. Not just the Dementor. The failures too, scraping into the tunnel, nails on stone. Harry's stomach dropped. "They fit." Bellatrix's voice was tight. "They always fit." The tunnel angled upward, then widened enough for them to crouch, then to stand hunched. Harry's legs shook. He forced them. The air grew colder as they climbed. The sea smell returned faintly, like a promise. Then Harry heard it. Shouting. Guards above, voices echoing down into the dark. "Seal it. Get the chains. Do not let them out." Harry's pulse hammered. "They know." Bellatrix laughed, breathless, ugly. "They always know," she rasped. "They just pretend they do not until you make noise." The tunnel ended at a stone panel with a seam. Bellatrix stopped. Her wand pressed to a rune Harry could barely see in the dim. She muttered a word. The panel did not move. Bellatrix swore sharper. The cold behind them surged closer. Harry's chest tightened. "Open it!" he rasped. Bellatrix's eyes flashed. "I am trying." Harry's fingers shook. He pressed his palm to the seam, felt the stone. It vibrated faintly, like a lock with a heartbeat. He swallowed hard and forced his mind to narrow sharp. "Open." He shoved magic into the seam. Not a neat spell. Just pressure, intent, command. Pain snapped behind his eyes. The cut on his wrist burned like fire. The seam shifted. A fraction. Bellatrix's head snapped toward him. Again, she snapped. Harry gritted his teeth. He pushed again, harder. The stone shivered. The panel slid, slow, resisting. Cold hit them from the other side. not the tunnel cold. A hard wave, like the upper level corridor, had opened its lungs and exhaled. Harry's breath caught. The panels slid fully aside. They spilled out into a corridor. Not the same one Harry had been dragged through earlier. This corridor was narrower, the torches dimmer, the stone drier. It smelled less like sea and more like old dust. A guard stood at the far end, wand up, eyes wide behind a mask. He froze when he saw Bellatrix. Bellatrix smiled. It was not playful now. It was sharp and bright, like a knife reflecting torchlight. "Hello?" she purred. The guard stumbled back. "Lestrange," he choked. Harry's wand snapped up on instinct. His breath came hard. His body shook from cold and adrenaline. Bellatrix stepped forward one pace. "Move," she said softly. The guard lifted his wand higher, hands shaking. "Stay," he snapped, voice cracking. Bellatrix laughed once. "No." She flicked her wand and the guard flew back, slammed into the wall with a grunt, sliding down, wand clattering away. Harry stared for half a second. Overpowered. Effortless. No wasted motion. Bellatrix turned her head toward him. "Do not look impressed," she said, voice sharp. Harry's mouth was dry. "I am not." Bellatrix's laugh was breathless. "Liar!" A rasp drifted from the tunnel behind them. Harry's stomach dropped. "It is coming!" Bellatrix's gaze snapped to the open panel. "Then we do not stay," she said. Harry moved. They ran down the corridor, boots slapping stone. Harry's lungs burned. His wrist throbbed. The vial and rune plate bumped against his ribs, a constant reminder that he could not afford to get caught now. They turned a corner and almost collided with two more guards. The guards froze, then shouted. "Potter!" "Lestrange!" Wands lifted. Harry reacted first. He cast a shield, felt the impact of a spell slam into it like a hammer. His arm jolted. Pain flared. Bellatrix fired back, her spell cracking across the corridor, and one guard dropped with a shout, clutching his leg. The other guard tried to bind them, chains snapping out. Harry ducked. The chains scraped his hair, cold and sharp, and slapped into the wall. Harry fired a stunner point blank. The guard's shield went up too late. The guard slammed back and crumpled. Harry's chest heaved. His hands shook. He forced his breathing slow. Bellatrix grabbed his sleeve. "Keep moving!" They ran again. The corridor twisted, stairs appearing, then another turn. Harry forced himself to note everything. Left, right, up, narrow, wider, the sound of the sea returning stronger now. Then the corridor opened into a familiar hall. The upper level. Same damp stone. Same torches. Same stink of cold and despair. Harry's stomach clenched with bitter relief, like coming back to a nightmare you already knew. A shout rang out. More guards ahead, a cluster of them, wands raised. And behind them, floating in the air like a shadow, was a Dementor. Not the same one, Harry thought, panic spiking, then he felt it and knew. It was the same one. The cold that followed it was heavier, deeper, wrong. It had climbed. Bellatrix's breath hitched. "That is bad," she muttered, and the fact she said it at all made Harry's stomach drop. Harry's throat burned. "We cannot outrun it." Bellatrix's eyes flicked to him. Then do not run straight. She yanked him toward a side passage. They cut hard, boots sliding. Harry's shoulder screamed. He kept going. The passage narrowed, then opened into a row of cells. Harry's heart slammed. His cell door was there, halfway down. Bellatrix's cell door was beside it. The guards were behind them now, shouts echoing, boots pounding. The Dementor glided after, cold pressing on Harry's skull like a hand. Harry stumbled. His vision dimmed. His stomach lurched hard. He swallowed bile, throat burning. Bellatrix grabbed his collar and shoved him toward his own cell door. In, she snapped. Harry's eyes widened. What about you? Bellatrix's smile flashed sharp. Do you think I cannot handle a door? She hissed. Harry's chest heaved. The plan slammed into place in his mind. Get back in. Hide the proof. Survive the immediate storm. Harry lunged toward his door, grabbed the bars, and shoved. Locked. His stomach dropped. He fumbled with the latch, hands shaking, and realized there was no latch on the inside. Only the guards. Bellatrix swore and slammed her wand against the lock. The lock clicked. The door swung open. Harry spilled inside. Bellatrix shoved him hard, then followed him in, and in the same motion she snapped her wand up and the door slammed shut, lock sealing. Harry stumbled back, chest heaving, and stared at her. You cannot stay here, he rasped. Bellatrix's laugh was breathless. Watch me. The cold hit the door like a wave. Harry's stomach dropped. The Dementor was outside. He heard it, the rasp, the slow drag sound, closer than it had ever been in his cell before. The air in the cell turned thick, heavy, crushing. Harry's knees threatened to buckle. Bellatrix's eyes narrowed. She stood between Harry and the door again, not looking like she meant to, but doing it anyway. Her wand lifted. Harry swallowed hard. Light does not stop it. Bellatrix's voice was tight. No, she said. But it annoys it. Harry's throat burned. His fingers shook as he shoved the vial and rune plate deeper into his robe seam, then he ripped a thin strip from the inside lining of his sleeve, crude but fast, and wrapped it around his bleeding wrist. The cloth stuck almost immediately. Warm blood soaked into it. Bellatrix glanced down, then back up. You bleed too much, she muttered. Harry's laugh came out rough. Tell your friends downstairs. Bellatrix's smile twitched. They are not my friends. The Dementor rasped right outside the door. Harry's vision dimmed at the edges. The sound of screams tried to rise inside his skull, memories surfacing, bright and painful. Ron shouting his name. Hermione's eyes sharp and wet. Ginny's mouth on his, fierce, like she was trying to keep him anchored to living. Harry's chest tightened. The Dementor tasted it. The cold slammed harder. Harry gagged, hard, and swallowed bile again, throat burning. His hands shook violently now. Bellatrix's voice snapped. Do not think of her, she hissed. Harry's eyes flashed. Do not tell me what to think. Bellatrix's gaze held his, bright and sharp. Fine, she said, then her voice dropped, low and fierce. Then think of me. Harry stared, breath catching. Bellatrix stepped closer, and the air between them felt suddenly too small. Her hand grabbed the front of his robe, not gentle, pulling him closer until his back hit the wall. The stone was cold. Her grip was hot through cloth. Harry's pulse hammered. Bellatrix's eyes flicked to his mouth, then back to his eyes, and her smile turned cruel again, like she was daring him. Anchor, she whispered. Harry's breath hitched. What? Bellatrix leaned in, close enough that Harry could smell her, smoke and damp stone and something sharp under it. If you are going to feed it, she murmured, feed it something ugly. Not her. Harry's throat tightened. Then Bellatrix kissed him. It was not soft. It was not romantic in a sweet way. It was sharp and reckless and real, like she was biting life back into him just despite the prison. Harry's breath caught, then he inhaled, and the shock of it yanked his mind away from Ginny, away from warmth that would break him, into cold risk and anger. Harry's hands twitched, unsure where to go, then he shoved her back by the shoulders, hard enough that she took a step. Bellatrix laughed, bright. Good, she said, voice breathless. You are still you. Harry's chest heaved. His mouth tasted like iron and smoke. Do not do that again, he rasped. Bellatrix's smile widened. Liar, she purred. The Dementor rasped outside again. Harry forced his breathing slow. His mind was not on Ginny now. It was on rage. On disgust. On the core. On Dawlish. On the Ministry feeding monsters with blood. The Dementor hovered, annoyed, uncertain. Bellatrix lifted her wand and snapped. Lumos! Light flared through the hatch seam, a harsh white crack in the darkness. The Dementor recoiled a fraction. Harry used the second. He stepped up to the door and pressed his forehead to the cold metal, breathing slow, focusing on the corridor sounds. Boots. Guards. Shouts. Then a different sound. A key ring. Deliberate footsteps. Harry's stomach dropped. Someone is coming. Bellatrix's eyes narrowed. Of course, she murmured. They will want to see what crawled back up. The footsteps stopped outside the door. A voice came, calm and smug, and Harry's blood turned cold. Dawlish. Open it, Dawlish said. A guard muttered. Sir, the Dementor is here. Dawlish's voice sharpened. Then keep it there, he snapped. It likes theater. Harry's stomach twisted. He glanced at Bellatrix. Her face had gone still, too still, like a blade sheathed. The lock clicked. The hatch opened. Cold air punched into the cell. The Dementor's presence pressed harder, as if it leaned in too. Dawlish's eyes appeared in the slit, bright behind his mask. Potter, he said softly. You have been busy. Harry forced his voice steady. I went for a walk. Dawlish laughed quietly. Funny, he murmured. Because the lower door opened without order. That should not happen. Harry's pulse hammered. He kept his face blank. Dawlish's gaze shifted slightly, and Harry felt it. Dawlish had noticed Bellatrix's shadow in the cell. Dawlish's voice went tight. Lestrange. Bellatrix stepped into the thin torchlight and smiled. Hello? She purred. Did you miss me? Dawlish did not smile back. How? He said, and the word came out like a threat. Bellatrix's laugh was soft. Magic, she said like it was obvious. Dawlish's eyes narrowed. Open the door, he ordered. Harry's stomach dropped. Bellatrix's wand lifted slightly. No. The Dementor rasped, eager. Dawlish's voice went low. Do you want it to kiss you? He murmured. Because it will. Not quickly. Slowly. Harry's throat tightened. His stomach rolled. He swallowed hard. Bellatrix's smile flickered for a split second, then returned sharper. You think I am afraid of a mouth? She purred. Dawlish's gaze snapped to Harry again. Hand over what you stole, he said softly, and I might let you both keep your minds. Harry's pulse hammered. The vial and rune plate felt heavy against his ribs. Bellatrix glanced at Harry, just once, quick, and the look was not kind. It was calculation. She was weighing him. Harry forced his voice steady. I did not steal anything. Dawlish chuckled. You were always a bad liar, he murmured. But you are brave. I will give you that. The hatch slammed shut. For a beat, there was silence except for the Dementor's rasping and the pounding of Harry's blood. Then the lock turned. The door began to open. Harry's stomach dropped. His muscles tensed. His wand lifted. Bellatrix's voice was low. If they come in, she whispered, you do not let them take you alive. Harry's throat tightened. I am not dying here. Bellatrix's smile was thin. Then fight, she murmured. The door swung inward. Cold rolled into the cell like a wave. Dawlish stood there with two guards behind him, wands up, faces hidden, and the Dementor hovered just over Dawlish's shoulder like a pet shadow. Dawlish stepped into the cell. His eyes flicked to Harry's wrist, the blood-soaked cloth. His smile widened. Good, he murmured. It is already hungry. Harry's breath hitched. Dawlish lifted his wand. Last chance, he said softly. Harry's fingers tightened on his wand, shaking. Bellatrix's wand lifted too, steady. Outside the cell, the Dementor drifted closer, but angling toward the open doorway like it could already taste what was about to happen. Dawlish's wand rose, steady in his hand, but his eyes kept flicking to the Dementor like he was trying to pretend it was not there. The thing hovered at the doorway, hood angled in, cold pressing into the cell until Harry's teeth ached. Last chance, Dawlish said, voice soft, almost polite. Hand it over. Harry's wrist throbbed under the blood-soaked cloth. His shoulder felt like someone had driven a spike into it. He kept his wand up anyway, breathing shallow so the Dementor did not get a full mouthful of him. I do not know what you mean, Harry said, and his voice came out rough but even. Dawlish's mouth twitched. You are going to keep doing that, he murmured. You are going to keep pretending you are stupid until I get tired. Bellatrix stood a half step behind Harry's shoulder, close enough that Harry could feel her presence without looking, wand lifted, posture tight. She looked bored, but her eyes were bright and sharp, the kind of bright that meant she was counting exits. Dawlish's gaze flicked to her. You, he said, voice colder, should not be in this cell. Bellatrix smiled. And yet, she purred, here I am. One of the masked guards behind Dawlish shifted, grip tightening on his wand. The other guard breathed too fast. Harry heard it. Fast breath meant fear. Fear meant the Dementor would drift closer. The Dementor rasped, slow and eager, like it liked the tension. Harry's stomach rolled. He swallowed hard and kept his eyes on Dawlish. If you came to talk, Harry said, then talk. If you came to threaten, he added, voice low, I have already been threatened. Dawlish sighed, like Harry was exhausting. This is not a threat, he said. This is a correction. The Dementor glided a fraction closer, the edge of its cloak drifting into the doorway like ink in water. The cold hit harder. Harry's breath caught. Bellatrix's voice dropped, not playful now. "Do not let it cross the threshold," she murmured to Harry, quick and quiet. Harry did not answer. He already felt it, the way the cold thickened the moment it got closer, the way his thoughts started to slip. Dawlish stepped fully into the cell. Harry's grip tightened. Bellatrix moved, subtle, shifting so Dawlish was between her and the doorway. Smart. If the Dementor lunged, it would taste Dawlish first. Dawlish noticed her movement. His smile thinned. "Cute," he murmured. Harry's pulse hammered. He waited, not for a speech, for the first spell. Dawlish flicked his wand. "Stupefy." Red light snapped toward Harry's chest. Harry threw up a shield on instinct. The impact hit like a punch to the ribs. His arm jolted, pain flaring up his shoulder, and his feet slid half an inch on the damp floor. Bellatrix was already moving. She slashed her wand sideways, and something cracked in the air. The closest guard's wand hand jerked, fingers spasming, and his wand clattered to the floor. The guard swore. The Dementor turned its hood toward the sound, interested. Harry's stomach dropped. "Bellatrix," he hissed. Bellatrix laughed once, sharp. "I am helping," she said, then she fired again. A second spell snapped across the narrow space, and the other guard stumbled back into the corridor, shoulders slamming the stone. Dawlish's eyes widened, just for a heartbeat. "You are insane!" he spat at Bellatrix. Bellatrix's smile widened. "Yes," she purred. The Dementor drifted closer, drawn by the spike of fear and pain. Cold punched into the cell. Harry's vision dimmed at the edges. A scream tried to crawl up his throat. He tasted metal. He clenched his jaw until it hurt. Dawlish saw it. He saw the Dementor's interest. His mouth curved. "Good," Dawlish murmured, and his voice had satisfaction in it. "It is hungry." Harry's hands shook. Bellatrix's voice cut in, tight. "Do not be dramatic, Dawlish," she hissed. "It is always hungry." Dawlish's wand snapped toward her. "Silencio." Bellatrix's mouth opened, then nothing came out. Her eyes flashed with fury. Harry's pulse spiked. No Bellatrix voice meant no warning, no timing. Dawlish had cut their coordination. Harry moved anyway. Expelliarmus. Dawlish's wand jerked, but did not fly. Dawlish had a stronger grip than Harry expected. The spell still forced Dawlish's wrist back, and Dawlish's shoulder twisted with it. Dawlish snarled and fired again, faster. Petrificus totalis. Harry threw himself sideways. The spell grazed his robe, and his left leg went stiff for a second. Panic flared, hot under the cold. He shook it off with a grunt and forced himself upright. The Dementor glided closer, hood angling toward Harry's half-stumble like it smelled weakness. Harry's chest tightened. He forced his breathing shallow. Dawlish stepped closer too, using the Dementor like a moving wall. "You should not have gone downstairs," he said softly. "You should not have seen what you saw." Harry's eyes narrowed. "So you admit it?" Dawlish's smile turned thin. "I admit nothing," he murmured. "I correct problems." Harry's mind raced. He had to keep Dawlish talking. Every second mattered. Every second was a chance for a guard to misstep, for the Dementor to drift, for Bellatrix to do something. Bellatrix's eyes snapped to Harry, furious and wordless. She pointed sharply at the lower corner of the wall, toward the warmer seam Harry had mapped earlier. Hide it. Harry's stomach clenched. The vial and rune plate were still pressed against his ribs under the robe seam. He had no time to fish them out, not while Dawlish was 3 steps away with a Dementor hovering like a blade. Harry had to buy time. He lifted his wand higher, keeping it steady even while his hand shook. If you wanted the truth, he rasped, you would bring Veritasrum again. Dawlish's eyes narrowed. His gaze flicked to Harry's mouth like he imagined the potion hitting his tongue. Do not tempt me, Dawlish said quietly. Harry forced a rough laugh. You cannot control it, he said, nodding toward the Dementor. Dawlish's jaw tightened. I do not need to control it, he snapped. I need to point it. The Dementor drifted a fraction closer, cloak brushing the doorframe. Cold slammed harder. Harry's knees threatened to buckle. Harry felt his mind slip. A flash of warmth, a hand in his hair, a voice saying his name like it mattered. He shoved it down hard. He forced his focus onto uglier things. Cupboard. Hunger. Vernon's voice. Petunia's cold stare. The Dementor paused, displeased. Harry's breath shook. Dawlish noticed. His eyes sharpened. You learned, he murmured. You learned to feed it scraps. Harry stared at him. So you have seen it before? Dawlish's smile twitched. Of course I have, he said. I work here. Harry's voice went low. You work for someone. Dawlish's eyes flicked, quick, and that flick was enough. Harry pressed. Who? He demanded. Dawlish's lips thinned. He lifted his wand again, but he hesitated. The Dementor shifted, hood angling toward Dawlish for a second like it sensed Dawlish's emotion. Fear. Harry saw it. He grabbed it. You are afraid of it, Harry rasped, nodding at the Dementor. You are afraid it will take you too. Dawlish's face hardened. Shut up. Harry stepped forward half a pace, just enough to make Dawlish flinch back without meaning to. You cannot order it, Harry said, voice rough. You can only hope it stays interested in me. Dawlish's breath hitched. The Dementor drifted closer to Dawlish, drawn by the spike. Dawlish snapped back and fired a weak burst of light, not a Patronus, not even close, just a flare. The Dementor recoiled a fraction, then hovered, annoyed. Harry's pulse hammered. Bellatrix moved. Even without a voice, she moved like she had a script in her head. She flicked her wand low and a thin line of light snapped across the floor near the door, not aimed at anyone, just a line. The Dementor's cloak touched that line and jerked back, like the line stung. Harry's eyes widened. It was not a normal spell. It was a ward line. Bellatrix looked at Harry, eyes sharp, and tapped her own forearm once. Mark. Old magic. Harry swallowed hard. He did not ask. He could not. Dawlish's eyes narrowed. What did you do? Bellatrix smiled, silent, cruel. Harry used the moment of Dawlish's distraction and stepped sideways, closer to the warmer seam in the wall. He kept his body angled so Dawlish could not see the movement clearly. Dawlish's gaze snapped back to Harry. Do not move, he snapped. Harry stopped. He forced his face blank. You are panicking, he said. Dawlish's wand tightened. I am not panicking. Harry's mouth curled. You are, he said quietly. Because you know what I took. Dawlish's eyes flicked to Harry's robe seam. There. He knew. Harry's stomach clenched. Dawlish took a step forward. Hand it over, he said, voice flat now, the charm gone. Harry did not move. The Dementor hovered, hungry and uncertain. Bellatrix's eyes flashed. She shifted her weight, ready. Dawlish's voice went cold. If you do not give it to me, he said softly, I will make you drink. And if you fight, he added, gaze flicking to the Dementor, I will let it take what it wants. Harry's throat tightened. His breath came shallow. He made a choice. He dropped his wand. It clattered onto the damp stone. Dawlish's eyebrows lifted. Surprise, then satisfaction. Good, he murmured. Harry raised his hands slowly, palms open, showing empty. Dawlish stepped forward, cautious anyway, and flicked his wand. Accio wand. Harry's wand flew into Dawlish's hand. Bellatrix's jaw clenched. Dawlish smiled at her. Do not, he said, voice quiet. I have 2 guards and a Dementor, and you are tired. Bellatrix's eyes narrowed, silent fury. Harry forced his breathing steady. He glanced down, quick, at the warm seam in the wall. Not yet. Dawlish's wand angled toward Harry's chest. No, he said softly. The evidence. Harry swallowed. I do not have it. Dawlish's smile returned, small and cruel. You do, he said. You came back alive. That means you came back with something. Harry's throat burned. He forced his voice steady. You are feeding them, he said, instead of answering. Dawlish's eyes hardened. Yes, he said, and the word dropped heavy. Harry's chest tightened. So the ministry. Harry started. Dawlish cut in. Not the ministry, he said. Not as a whole. Do not be childish. Harry's fingers curled. Then who? Dawlish stared at him for a long moment, measuring. Then he smiled in a way that made Harry's skin crawl. You really are a spy, Dawlish murmured. Albus finally sharpened you. Harry did not flinch, but his stomach dropped. Dumbledore's name here sounded like a signal flare. Dawlish stepped closer, voice low. There are people who understand what Azkaban is, he said. What it can be. What it must be. Harry's throat tightened. A prison, he said. Dawlish laughed softly. A tool, he corrected. A deterrent. A reservoir. A lid. Harry's pulse hammered. A lid for what? Dawlish's gaze flicked toward the corridor beyond the door, toward the hidden stairs Harry had fallen down. For the thing you looked at, Dawlish said quietly. For the mouth. Harry's stomach clenched. He forced his voice calm. It is not supposed to exist, he said. Dawlish's smile thinned. It exists, he said. And it hungers. And if we starve it completely, it will crack the walls and crawl into the sea, and the world will learn a new kind of night. Harry felt cold slide down his spine that had nothing to do with the Dementor. You are lying, Harry said. Dawlish's eyes glittered. I am warning you, he murmured. The Dementor drifted a fraction closer, impatient. One of the guards behind Dawlish swallowed hard. Harry heard it. Fear spike. The Dementor's hood angled toward the guard. Dawlish snapped. Still, and the guard froze like a child caught moving. Harry's mind raced. Dawlish was not an idiot. Dawlish was working under orders, and he believed the orders. That made him more dangerous than a simple bully. Harry's voice went low. Who gives them? Dawlish did not answer immediately. He stared at Harry's face like he was deciding how much truth would hurt. The Oversight Committee, Dawlish said finally. Harry's eyes narrowed. That is not a person. Dawlish smiled. No, he agreed. It is a room. Harry's stomach twisted. Department of Mysteries. Dawlish's smile widened a fraction. Clever boy. Harry's pulse hammered. His fingers curled. They are using prisoners to feed it. Dawlish's gaze went flat. They are using criminals, he said. They are using traitors and murderers and monsters. Do not pretend you care. Harry's jaw clenched hard. You drag people downstairs, he said. You turn them into failures. Dawlish's eyes flicked, a quick flash of something like discomfort, then it vanished. Necessary, he said. Harry's breath shook. You are not necessary, he rasped. Dawlish's wand lifted slightly. Careful, he murmured. Harry forced his voice steadier than he felt. What is the artifact? He asked. The one you claim I stole. Dawlish stared. You do not even know what you are playing with, he said softly. Harry's stomach clenched. Tell me. Dawlish's voice dropped. The anchor, he said. A plate that binds a runic circuit. A vial that carries the blood signature that keeps the mouth satisfied without tearing through the upper levels. Harry's throat tightened. So he had taken exactly what they needed. Dawlish's eyes sharpened. Where is it? He asked again. Harry's mind raced. If he handed it over, he lost proof and they kept feeding the mouth. If he kept it, Dawlish would use Veritaserum or the Dementor. If he fought, he might die, and the proof would die with him. He needed to hide it in a place Dawlish could not search quickly. The warm seam. Harry's pulse hammered. He forced a slow breath. Then he lied, with his whole face. I dropped it, Harry said hoarsely. When I fell. Dawlish stared at him. Harry held his gaze. He let his breathing shake slightly, like fear, like exhaustion. He made it believable. Dawlish's eyes narrowed. You are lying. Harry swallowed, let his shoulders sag a fraction. Go look, he rasped. If you think I am stupid enough to keep it on me. Dawlish hesitated. The Dementor drifted, hood swinging between Harry and Dawlish, as if it could not decide which despair tasted better. A shout echoed down the corridor, distant but clear. Sir? Lower door is sealed again. Dawlish's jaw clenched. He looked angry now, the tight kind of angry that meant he was losing control of timing. Harry saw it. He pressed. You cannot go back down easily, Harry said, voice rough. Can you? Dawlish's eyes flashed. Shut up. Harry's mouth twisted. You are afraid the committee will blame you, Harry said. Dawlish's wand snapped up toward Harry's throat. Enough. Bellatrix moved. She lunged, silent, fast, and drove her shoulder into Dawlish's side. Dawlish stumbled a half-step. The Dementor jerked toward the motion, cloak fluttering. Chaos. One guard lifted his wand toward Bellatrix. Harry moved on instinct, despite being unarmed now. He grabbed the guard's wrist and twisted hard. The guard swore, one arm jerking sideways. Dawlish whipped around and fired. Stupefy! Bellatrix threw up a shield. The spell slammed into it, and the impact drove her back into the wall. She hit hard, breath punching out of her, eyes flashing with pain. Harry's chest tightened. The Dementor surged closer, hungry for the spike. Dawlish's eyes widened. He snapped at the guard's voice harsh. Get her out! Now! The guard Harry was holding yanked his arm free and stumbled back, fear pouring off him. The Dementor's hood swung toward that guard. The guard froze. Dawlish swore under his breath. He fired another weak flare, trying to push the Dementor back. It barely moved. Harry's stomach dropped. The Dementor was not obeying anyone, not even the man who thought he was pointing it. Harry saw the opening. He stepped closer to Dawlish, not threatening, not attacking, just close enough that Dawlish had to look at him. You do not control it, Harry rasped. Dawlish's eyes flashed with rage. I control you, he snapped, and he lifted his wand again. Harry's voice went low. Then why are you shaking? He whispered. Dawlish froze. For a heartbeat, Dawlish's wan hand did shake. Harry saw it. Dawlish felt it too. His jaw clenched. The Dementor drifted closer to Dawlish. Dawlish's breath hitched. Harry leaned in and spoke in the smallest voice he could manage. It likes you, he murmured. It tastes fear. And you are drowning in it. Dawlish's eyes widened, fury and panic mixing. Harry backed off half a step, letting the Dementor's attention stay where it wanted. Dawlish snapped at the guard's voice sharp. Take Potter's friend. Take her now. Friend. Harry's stomach twisted at the word. The guards moved fast, desperate to obey something human before the Dementor decided none of them mattered. One grabbed Bellatrix by the arm, hauling her upright. She fought, silent, teeth bared, then she abruptly stopped struggling, eyes going dull. Harry's pulse spiked. She was acting. The guard dragged her toward the door. Dawlish's eyes stayed on Harry. If she dies, he murmured, it will be your fault. Harry's voice was flat. She was going to die here anyway. Dawlish's smile thinned. Not in this cell, he said. Bellatrix's gaze flicked to Harry for a split second, sharp and real. Do it. Harry swallowed hard. As the guards dragged Bellatrix out, Harry moved subtle, fast. He reached into his robe seam and fished out the vial and rune plate in one motion. His fingers shook, blood slicking the glass. He dropped to a crouch as if his leg had finally given out, hiding the motion from Dawlish's line of sight. He pressed the vial into the warm seam in the lower wall, where damp had eaten a thin crack. It slid in with resistance, then vanished into the darkness between stones. He shoved the rune plate after it. The moment the plate touched the crack, the hum in his bones spiked, and a whisper brushed his mind again. Come closer. Harry clenched his jaw and forced the plate deeper with his fingernail, ignoring the pain, ignoring the nausea. The crack swallowed it. Harry sat back, breathing hard, fingers numb. Dawlish saw the movement too late. What did you do? Dawlish snapped. Harry looked up, eyes blank. I sat down, he said hoarsely. Dawlish stepped closer, wand snapping down toward Harry's face. Do not play games. Harry forced himself to meet Dawlish's gaze. You already lost it, Harry rasped. Dawlish's eyes narrowed. Search him. The guard at the door hesitated, glancing at the Dementor. The Dementor hovered at the threshold like a shadow that had learned patience. The guard swallowed hard and stepped back into the cell, hands shaking as he grabbed Harry's robe and yanked him upright. Harry's shoulder screamed. He bit down, kept his face blank. The guard patted him down fast, rough, searching seams, pockets, cuffs. The guard's hands found only cloth and blood and damp stone. Nothing. The guard's breath came fast. Sir? He said, voice tight. Nothing. Dawlish's jaw clenched. Harry's pulse hammered. He forced his breathing slow, shallow, keeping his mind as empty as he could. He could feel the hidden items in the wall like a weight that was not in his hands anymore. Dawlish stared at Harry for a long moment, then his gaze flicked to the wall, to the lower corner. Harry kept his face blank. Dawlish stepped closer to that corner anyway, wand lifting as if he might blast the stone apart, then he froze. Because the Dementor drifted closer again, impatient, cloak brushing the doorframe. Dawlish's mouth tightened. He could not crack the wall open here. Not with the Dementor inches away. Not with guards trembling. Not without risking the thing turning on him fully. Harry saw it and felt a cold, grim satisfaction. Dawlish lowered his wand a fraction, then lifted it again toward Harry's chest. You are going to drink, Dawlish said quietly. Harry's voice came out rough. Not here, he said, not a question. Dawlish's eyes glittered. No, he agreed. Not here. He stepped back into the corridor and snapped at the guards. Shut the door. Seal it. The guards slammed the door closed. The lock clicked. The hatch slammed shut too. The Dementor rasped outside, lingered, then drifted a fraction away, like it was annoyed it did not get to finish the scene. Harry stood in the dim cell, chest heaving, wrist bleeding through the cloth again. Bellatrix was gone. The silence hit like a slap. Harry forced himself not to panic. Panic tasted good to the prison. He pressed his palm against the wall, right over the warm seam, and felt the faintest vibration. The proof was still there. He let out one slow breath. Then he heard it. Footsteps. Not Dawlish's. Lighter. Faster. One set. A keyring clinked. The hatch opened again, and a different guard's eyes appeared, wide and frightened behind the mask. The guard did not shove food in. He whispered, barely audible. Potter, he said. Harry's pulse spiked. He kept his face blank. What? The guard swallowed hard. His eyes flicked down the corridor, then back. You are going to get us all killed, he whispered. Harry's voice was flat. Then walk away. The guard's breath hitched. They are moving her, he said, words tumbling now. They are moving Lestrange. Not to her cell. Down. Harry's stomach dropped. The guard's eyes were bright with fear. They are blaming her, he whispered. They say she opened the lower door. They say she took you down. Harry's jaw clenched. Where are they taking her? The guard swallowed. The chair room, he whispered. Then down. They do not bring people back from down. Harry's chest tightened. He forced his voice steady. Why are you telling me? The guard's eyes flicked away, then back, and his voice cracked. Because she said your name, he whispered. She said it like it was a curse and a prayer at the same time. And because, he swallowed hard, you looked at the Dementor like you could make it blink. No one does that. Harry stared at him, breathing shallow. The guard's voice dropped further. You have something, he whispered. They know you have something. They will peel you open for it. Harry's throat burned. Do you want to help? Harry asked, and the question felt dangerous. The guard flinched. No, he whispered instantly, then he swallowed, eyes darting. I mean, he breathed. I do not know. Harry forced himself calmer. Then go, he said. Before you get caught. The guard hesitated, then whispered, They are bringing you out tonight, and slammed the hatch shut like he had never spoken at all. Harry stood there, chest heaving. Tonight. Chair room. Down. Bellatrix. Harry pressed his forehead to the cold stone and forced his mind not to spiral. He needed a plan that did not end with him sprinting into a corridor full of guards and dementors. He needed leverage. He needed a message out. He needed someone outside to move, now, while Dawlish thought he still had time. In Grimmauld Place, Hermione did not sit still anymore. She stood over a table covered in parchment, and copies of ministry memos, hair escaping its tie, eyes sharp with sleeplessness. Ron hovered by the window, hands clenched, jaw tight. Ginny paced, fast and angry, like she wanted to run through walls. Kingsley stood near the hearth, calm, but his gaze kept flicking to the clock like he was counting hours by instinct. Tonks dropped into a chair, boots thumping, face pale. We have a name, she said. Hermione looked up instantly. Who? Tonks rubbed her eyes hard. Dawlish, she said. He has been assigned to Azkaban oversight for weeks. He's signed transport clearance. Ron swore. That prat, he snapped. I knew he had a face that begged to be punched. Hermione's voice was tight. Transport clearance for what? She demanded. Tonks swallowed. For prisoners moved to restricted levels, she said. Ginny stopped pacing so fast it looked like she had hit a wall. Restricted levels? She repeated, voice low. Kingsley's jaw tightened. That is not standard, he said. Hermione's hands trembled as she grabbed the memo Tonks shoved across. These are sealed orders, Hermione whispered, eyes scanning. They are not from the Wisengamot. They are not from the minister. Ron leaned in. Then who? He demanded. Kingsley's voice was calm, but it carried weight. The Department of Mysteries can issue sealed directives, he said. Hermione's eyes snapped up, furious and bright. So they are running a prison like a laboratory, she spat. Tonks's mouth twisted. Looks like it, she said. Ginny's voice went rough. We go, she said. We go now. Kingsley's gaze pinned her. No, he said, calm but firm. You do not go near Azkaban. Ginny's eyes flashed. He is there, she snapped. Kingsley's voice stayed steady. And if you go, he said, you will be there too. Ginny's hands clenched. I do not care, she hissed. Hermione cut in, voice sharp. You do care, she said. You care enough to not ruin what he is doing. Ginny's breath hitched. Her eyes went wet for a split second, then she blinked hard and made them dry again. Do not tell me what I care about, she said, but her voice shook. Ron's voice came out thick. We need a way to get him a message, he said, staring at the table like it might produce one. Hermione's eyes narrowed. We cannot owl, she said immediately. They will intercept. We cannot flow. We cannot use obvious spells. Tonks's brow furrowed. House elves, she said quietly. Everyone froze. Ron blinked. What? He said. Tonks's voice was cautious. House elf magic is different, she said. Wards do not always stop it. Dobby used to pop into places he should not be able to. Hermione's eyes sharpened. Creature, she whispered, and the name tasted strange in her mouth. Ginny's gaze snapped to Hermione. Can he? She demanded. Hermione swallowed. He is bound to the house, she said. But he can apparate. He can move through wards if he wants to. Ron's mouth twisted. Creature hates us, he said. Hermione's jaw clenched. He loved Sirius, she said quietly, and her voice went softer for a second. And Harry, she added, was kind to him. He will listen. Ginny's voice went low. Then call him, she said. Hermione looked toward the kitchen doorway and raised her voice. Creature. A soft pop sounded, and the house elf appeared, hunched and grim, big eyes glinting. He stared at them like they had personally offended him by existing. Creature does not like shouting, he croaked. Ron muttered something under his breath. Hermione stepped forward, voice careful but firm. Creature, she said. Harry needs help. Creature's eyes flicked, quick, and something shifted in his face. Not softness, but attention. Master Harry, Creature whispered. Ginny stepped forward, voice rough. He is in Azkaban, she said. And they are doing something to him. To other prisoners. Creature's mouth tightened. Azkaban, he croaked, and the words sounded like a curse. Hermione held out the memo Tonks brought. We have proof of illegal orders, she said. But we need proof from inside. If Harry has it, she swallowed. We need to get it out. Creature stared at her, long and heavy. Ron snapped. Please! And the words surprised even him. Creature's eyes flicked to Ron, then away. Creature remembers Master Harry's kindness, he said slowly. Creature will listen. Ginny's breath hitched. Can you go? She demanded. Creature's mouth twisted. The prison is foul, he croaked. The cold things there. He shuddered. They do not like elf magic. Hermione's voice tightened. But can you? She pressed. Creature's eyes narrowed. Creature can try, he said, and the word try carried weight. Kingsley stepped forward, voice calm. If you do, he said, you do not go alone. I will anchor you. Creature stared at him, then gave a tiny nod, grudging. Hermione's hands trembled. Tell Harry, she said quickly, that Dawlish is involved, and the Department of Mysteries is issuing sealed orders. Tell him we are working. Tell him. Her voice cracked, then steadied. Tell him he is not alone. Ginny's throat worked. Tell him, she said, voice low, to come back. Creature's eyes flicked to Ginny, and something in them looked old. Creature will tell Master Harry, he said. He popped out. The room felt colder without him, like the absence left a hole. Ron dragged a hand down his face. If this works, he whispered. Hermione's voice was tight. It has to, she said. Back in Azkaban, Harry sat on the damp stone, back against the wall near the warm seam, and tried not to move too much. He needed to look like a prisoner again before Dawlish returned. He needed to look broken enough to be believable, but not so broken he lost his edge. He kept listening. Boots passed. Hatches opened and slammed. A prisoner screamed somewhere down the corridor, then went quiet. Harry's stomach churned. The air shifted. A soft pop sounded inside his cell. Harry jerked upright so fast his shoulder screamed. A small hunched figure stood in front of him, big eyes glinting, skin gray in the dim. Creature. Harry's breath caught. His pulse slammed. What? He rasped, then he swallowed hard. How did you get here? Creature's eyes flicked around the cell with disgust. This place is filth, he croaked. Master Harry is in a very bad place. Harry stared, chest heaving. Relief hit hard enough to make his eyes sting, and he shoved it down instantly. Relief tasted like hope. Hope tasted like food to dementors. Creature, Harry said, voice low. You cannot stay. Creature sniffed. Creature knows, he croaked. Creature is not stupid. Harry forced his breathing slow. Listen, he said, and his voice tightened. I have proof. It is hidden in the wall. I need it out. Now. Creature's eyes sharpened. Where? Harry pointed to the lower seam with a small jerk of his chin. There, he said. There is a vial and a rune plate. Do not touch the plate with bare skin. Wrap it. Creature's mouth tightened. Master Harry gives orders like a black, he muttered, then he fished a rag from somewhere in his filthy hands and crouched. Harry's stomach clenched as Creature's fingers pressed into the crack, careful, tugging. The vial slid out first, slick and cold. Creature wrapped it fast. Then the plate. The moment the plate moved, the hum in the stone spiked, and a whisper brushed Harry's mind like a cold finger. Come closer. Harry clenched his jaw and forced his mind blank. Creature hissed softly through his teeth, eyes narrowing. It bites, he croaked. Harry's voice was low. Do not let it touch you, he said. Creature wrapped it tighter, then shoved both items into a cloth bundle and tied it hard. Harry's breath shook. Take it, he said. Give it to Hermione. Tell her Dawlish confirmed it. Department of Mysteries. Oversight Committee. Creature's eyes flicked up. Creature will, he croaked. Harry's voice went rough. Tell them, he said, and his throat tightened. Tell Ginny I am alive. Creature's mouth twitched. Creature will tell the Red Girl, he said grudgingly, then his eyes narrowed. Master Harry must be careful. The prison smells elf magic. Harry swallowed hard. Go, he said. Creature popped out. The cell felt empty again, but the emptiness was lighter now, like a weight had shifted off Harry's ribs. He barely had time to breathe before he heard footsteps. Deliberate. Key ring. Dawlish. Harry forced himself down onto the damp stone, shoulders slumped, head slightly lowered. He made his breathing uneven. He let himself look tired. The lock clicked. The hatch opened. Dawlish's voice came through, calm and cruel. Time, he said softly. Bring him. Harry's stomach dropped. Tonight. They were not waiting. They were taking him now. The door opened with a scrape that made Harry's jaw clench. 2 guards stepped in, wands up, masks on, and they did not bother with words like please. One grabbed Harry's arm hard enough that pain shot through his shoulder. The other snapped a chain around Harry's wrists, then another around his ankles, metal biting cold into skin that was already raw. On your feet, the first guard said. Harry stood. His legs shook once, then steadied, and he kept his face blank even while his pulse hammered. He did not give them panic. He did not give them hope. He gave them tired. The second guard yanked the chain, making Harry stumble a half step. Move! Harry moved. They dragged him out of the cell and into the corridor, boots echoing on wet stone. The torches burned low, greenish light turning faces into shadows. Harry kept his eyes forward and tracked everything with his ears, the keyring clink, the guard breathing fast behind him, the way the corridor wind changed when a corner opened. A Dementor hovered farther down the hall, not close enough to touch, close enough to remind. It turned its hood toward the sound of chains and drifted a fraction nearer. Harry's stomach rolled. He swallowed hard and forced his mind into dull memories, the kind that tasted like nothing, cold cupboard and stale bread and the feeling of being unwanted. The Dementor paused, displeased, and Harry took that small win without letting it show on his face. They turned left, then right, then down a stairwell Harry had not been taken down before. The air grew colder with each step, and the sea smell faded into damp stone and old metal. At the bottom, the guard stopped at a heavy door with runes carved into the frame. One guard tapped the runes with his wand in a practice sequence, like he had done it too many times to count. The door opened. Warmth rolled out. Harry's stomach clenched at the warmth, because warmth in Azkaban never meant comfort. It meant machinery. It meant rooms meant for people to break in. They shoved him inside. The chair sat in the center of the room, bolted to the floor, thick metal with arm restraints and a head brace. The runes carved into its surface were dull and old, but Harry could feel the edge of them anyway, like they were teeth. Dawlish stood beside it, calm as a man waiting for tea. Two more guards flanked him, wands up. A Dementor hovered in the far corner of the room, half in shadow, like a pet waiting for scraps. Harry's throat tightened. Dawlish smiled. "There you are," he murmured. Harry forced his voice steady. "Is this where you pretend you are in control?" Dawlish's smile did not change. "This is where you stop pretending," he said. The guards pushed Harry toward the chair. Harry resisted just enough to make it look like pride, not fear. The guards slammed him down, and metal restraints snapped over his wrists and ankles. The head brace clicked into place, holding his skull still, and the pressure at his temples made his vision blur for a beat. Harry breathed slow through his nose. Dawlish leaned closer, gaze bright. "Where is the vial?" he asked softly. Harry stared at him. "In your dreams?" Dawlish sighed like Harry was being childish. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small bottle with a dark liquid inside. The scent hit Harry even from a distance, sharp and bitter. Veritaserum. Harry's stomach dropped. His mouth went dry. Dawlish watched his reaction and smiled wider. "You know what it is," he said. Harry swallowed hard. "You do not have clearance." Dawlish's smile turned thin. "I do," he said. "Down here, I have all the clearance I need." One of the guards shifted, and Harry heard the quick breath again, fear leaking. The Dementor in the corner drifted a fraction closer, but angling toward that guard, interested. Dawlish glanced at it, then back at Harry. "Look at that," he murmured. "It can smell weakness." Harry's jaw clenched. "So can you," he said. Dawlish's eyes narrowed for a moment, then he straightened and uncorked the bottle. "Open his mouth," Dawlish ordered. The guard stepped forward, wand twitching, and forced Harry's jaw open with a spell that made his teeth ache. Harry's tongue felt heavy, useless, like it was trying to sink into his throat. Dawlish tipped the bottle. The potion hit Harry's tongue, bitter and cold, sliding down his throat before he could spit. Harry gagged once, hard, but the spell held his jaw open. Tears stung his eyes from the reflex. Dawlish corked the bottle and watched, patient. Harry's stomach churned. He forced his mind into a clemency, clamping down, building the stone wall with everything he had left. He did not let it be a wall with cracks. He made it a sealed room with no doors. The potion tried to pry. It was not pain. It was pressure, like hands pressing on the inside of his skull, pushing for soft spots. Harry's breath came shallow. He fought the urge to cough. Dawlish waited, then asked gently, like a teacher testing a student, "Where is the rune plate?" Harry's mouth opened. The potion tugged the words up like a hook. Harry forced his mind to pick the safest truth he could use as a weapon. "In Azkaban," Harry said. Dawlish blinked, then smiled in slow irritation. "Yes," he murmured. "We're in Azkaban." Harry's tongue felt loose, and that scared him more than the chair. He gripped the edge of his mind and squeezed. "In the walls," Harry said, and the words spilled out before he could stop them. Dawlish's eyes sharpened. "Which wall?" he asked immediately. Harry's chest tightened. He could feel the potion pushing, hungry for the easiest answer. He fed it a truth that would waste time. "The lower levels," Harry said. Dawlish's jaw clenched. "You went down," he snapped, losing the calm for a beat. "You brought it down." Harry stared at him. "You brought me down," he said, and the truth tasted like bile. Dawlish's smile returned, colder. "Where did you hide it?" he asked again, voice low. Harry's lungs burned. The potion pressed harder. He needed something else to latch onto, a different channel to spill into. He forced himself to focus on the chair runes, on the dull grooves in the metal, on counting the flicker of torchlight reflections. He needed to keep his mind busy enough to slow the leak. Dawlish leaned closer. "Tell me," he murmured, "and I will keep you upstairs. I will keep you away from the mouth." Harry's stomach lurched at the word mouth. The chair felt tighter. The potion pulsed through his blood, tugging. Harry's lips parted. Then the door opened behind Dawlish. Boots. Heavier. More than one set. Dawlish did not turn. He only said, "You are late." A voice answered, calm and cold. "You are early." Harry's pulse spiked at the tone. Not a guard. Not a normal ministry man. Dawlish finally stepped aside. An unspeakable walked in. He wore the dark robe of the Department of Mysteries, hood down, face visible. Older. Narrow eyes. A mouth set like he had not smiled in years. Saul Croker. Harry's stomach tightened. He had seen him once, briefly, during the chaos at the Department of Mysteries, a man moving through the mess like it did not touch him. Croker's gaze flicked to Harry in the chair. No surprise. No sympathy. Just assessment. Then his eyes flicked to the Dementor in the corner, and Harry saw the smallest twitch at Croker's jaw, like even he hated being near it. Croker looked at Dawlish. "Report," he said. Dawlish straightened, like a man standing in front of a superior he feared. "Potter retrieved the anchor components," Dawlish said quickly. "He will not disclose location. I administered Veritaserum." Croker's eyes narrowed. "Without written approval," he said. Dawlish's mouth tightened. "We do not have time," he snapped, then caught himself. "Sir?" Croker's gaze slid back to Harry. "Potter," he said, voice flat. Where is the plate? The potion tugged at Harry's tongue again. Harry forced the stone wall tighter. He fed the potion a safe truth. Gone, Harry said, and his voice sounded too calm even to him. Croaker's eyes sharpened. Gone where? Harry's chest burned. He could feel the potion pressing, searching for the easiest path. Croaker stepped closer to the chair, studying the restraints, the runes, the head brace. You cannot force a spy to speak, Croaker said, almost to Dawlish. You can only force him to choose what truth hurts least. Dawlish's jaw clenched. He is not choosing, Dawlish snapped. He is stalling. Croaker's gaze stayed on Harry. Who did you give it to? He asked, voice low. Harry's throat tightened. The potion tugged harder. If Harry said creature, creature died, and everyone outside lost the proof. If Harry said Hermione, Hermione became a target. If Harry said nothing, they would pry until he broke. He chose the only person already damned. Lestrange, Harry said. Dawlish froze. Croaker's eyes narrowed, and for the first time Harry saw interest. Bellatrix Lestrange, Croaker repeated. Harry's mouth felt numb. Yes, he said, and the lie tasted like iron. Dawlish's voice snapped. She was removed, he said. She did not leave the wing with anything. Croaker's gaze flicked to Dawlish. Where is she now? He asked. Dawlish hesitated, just a beat. Chair room 2, he said, and the way he said it told Harry the room existed for a reason. Croaker's mouth tightened. Bring her, he ordered. Dawlish turned to a guard. Go, he snapped. The guard hurried out, boots fast. Harry's pulse hammered. He forced his breathing shallow. The Dementor in the corner drifted, as if it enjoyed the tension building. Croaker stepped closer to Harry again. You went down, Croaker said. You saw the mouth. Harry stared at him. The potion tugged. Yes, Harry said. Croaker's eyes stayed steady. Describe it. Harry's stomach rolled. He forced himself to answer with enough truth to bait Croaker, not enough truth to reveal his own weak points. A chamber, Harry said, voice rough. A core. Runes. Channels. Croaker's eyes narrowed. Channels for what? Harry swallowed. Blood? Dawlish flinched, like the words still made him uncomfortable. Croaker did not flinch. Croaker only looked colder. And the Dementors, Croaker said. How do they react? Harry's throat tightened. The potion tugged again. They feed, Harry said. Croaker's mouth tightened. And you interfered. Harry's lips parted. He could feel the potion pushing the next truth up. I took the anchor, Harry said. Croaker's gaze sharpened. Why? Harry's chest tightened. This was dangerous. The potion wanted his motive, his intent, the part of him that still cared. Harry forced his jaw to stay loose and let the words come out cold. Because you are using people, Harry said. Dawlish scoffed. They are criminals. Harry's voice went sharper, and he hated how the chair amplified it in his own head. They were people, he said. Now they are failures. Croaker watched him like a scientist watching a specimen twitch. You have an opinion, he said. Harry's eyes narrowed. So do you, Harry said. Croaker's mouth twitched like he might smile but did not. I have a responsibility, he said. Azkaban is a seal. The mouth is older than your school books. It is contained. It must remain contained. Harry's stomach rolled. By feeding it, he rasped. Croaker's gaze stayed calm. By regulating it, he corrected. The Dementor in the corner drifted closer, hood angled toward Harry's head brace. Cold pressed against Harry's skull. His vision dimmed at the edges. He tasted metal again. Croaker noticed. He lifted his wand and drew a thin line of light across the floor between the chair and the Dementor. The Dementor recoiled a fraction, annoyed. Not a Patronus. A boundary. Harry's pulse hammered. He forced his breathing slower. Croaker looked at Dawlish. You keep it too close, Croaker said. Dawlish's jaw clenched. It keeps him compliant. Croaker's eyes narrowed. It keeps him edible, Croaker corrected, and there was contempt in his voice now. Dawlish flinched. Harry seized on that. You are afraid of it, Harry rasped, looking at Dawlish. He is not. Dawlish's eyes flashed. Shut up. Croaker did not look away from Dawlish. Are you? Croaker asked quietly. Dawlish's mouth tightened. No, he snapped. The Dementor drifted a fraction closer anyway, like it enjoyed the denial. Harry's stomach twisted. He swallowed hard and kept his mind on the stone wall. The door opened again. 2 guards dragged Bellatrix in. Her wrists were chained behind her. Her hair was damp and tangled, face pale under grime, but her eyes were bright and sharp. She looked like she had been punched, and one side of her mouth had dried blood on it, but her posture was still proud. She saw Harry in the chair and smiled like she was pleased. Croaker studied her. Bellatrix Lestrange, he said. Bellatrix tilted her head. Unspeakable, she purred. How exciting! Did you come to watch me suffer? Croaker's eyes narrowed. Did Potter give you the anchor components? He asked. Bellatrix's smile widened. What components? She asked sweetly. Dawlish stepped toward her, wand up. Do not play, he snapped. Bellatrix's eyes flicked to Dawlish. Oh, she murmured, voice soft. You look tired. Dawlish's wand jerked up, and Harry saw the anger in his posture, the need to hit something. Croaker raised a hand, calm. No, he said. Dawlish froze. Croaker stepped closer to Bellatrix. If you have them, Croaker said, this ends quickly. If you do not, he added, we waste time. Bellatrix's smile turned lazy. Time is all I have, she purred. Croaker looked at Dawlish. Put her in the other chair, he ordered. Bellatrix laughed. 2 chairs, she said, eyes bright. How generous! The guards shoved her toward a second chair bolted near the wall, facing Harry at an angle. They strapped her down, metal restraints clicking over wrists and ankles. Bellatrix did not fight. She only watched Harry, eyes glittering. Harry kept his face blank. Bellatrix's gaze flicked to his wrist bandage, then to his eyes, and for a moment her smile faded into something sharper. Croaker pulled out another small bottle. Veritaserum again. Bellatrix's smile returned, but Harry saw the tension under it. Croaker leaned in and tipped the potion into Bellatrix's mouth. She gagged, then swallowed with a glare. Croaker stepped back. No, he said quietly. Both of you. Where is the plate? The potion tugged at Harry. He forced the stone wall tighter. Bellatrix's mouth opened. It is. Bellatrix started. Harry's pulse spiked. Bellatrix's eyes flicked to Harry, quick, and her smile sharpened like a knife. It is, she continued, voice slurring slightly. Not in my pocket. Croaker's eyes narrowed. Where is it? Bellatrix laughed softly. You are so impatient, she purred, and the potion made her words loose, but she still shaped them like weapons. Croaker's gaze slid to Harry. Potter, he said. Tell me the exact location. Which wall? Which seam? Which cell? Harry's throat tightened. The potion pressed. He chose a truth that was true and useless. I cannot, Harry said. Croaker's eyes narrowed. You can't, he said. You are choosing not to. Harry's jaw clenched. The chair restraints bit into his wrists. Cold pressed into his skull from the nearby Dementor. His breath shook. Bellatrix's voice drifted across, soft and taunting. He is stubborn, she said. You should break him harder. Croaker's eyes flicked to her. You want him broken, Croaker said. Bellatrix smiled. I want him interesting, she murmured. Dawlish snapped. Enough. Croaker raised a hand, and Dawlish went quiet again. Croaker leaned closer to Harry, voice low. The mouth is destabilizing, he said. Harry's stomach dropped. Because you lost the anchor, Harry said, and the truth slid out before he could stop it. Croaker's eyes sharpened. Yes, he said. So tell me where it is before the entire prison starts feeding itself. Harry's pulse hammered. He forced his breathing slower. Croaker continued, calm and cruel. You think you are saving people, he said. But if the mouth cracks containment, you will kill more people than Dawlish ever could. Harry's throat tightened. You are lying, he rasped. Croaker's gaze stayed steady. I am warning you, he said, and the way he said it sounded like he believed it. The Dementor in the corner glided, impatient, cloak rustling. A low tremor ran through the floor. Harry felt it in his teeth. Bellatrix's eyes widened a fraction, then her smile sharpened again. She looked pleased. Croaker's jaw tightened. He glanced toward the door, listening. Another tremor. Dawlish swallowed hard. What is that? He muttered. Croaker did not look away from Harry. Time, Croaker said quietly. Harry's stomach clenched. If the mouth was destabilizing, they would not bother with interrogation much longer. They would go down. They would drag him down. They would use him as bait, or as a plug, or as food. Harry's breath came shallow. Croaker leaned in. Potter, he said, if you do not tell me, I will open the lower door and drop you into the shaft. You have seen what lives under it. You know what it does to minds. Harry's chest tightened. The potion tugged at the words again. Bellatrix's voice slid in, soft and mocking. Do it, she purred. He likes falling. Harry flicked his gaze to her, quick. Bellatrix's eyes met his, bright and sharp, and her smile twitched in a way that did not match her words. Do not give them the truth. Harry forced his gaze back to Croaker. I gave it away, Harry said, and the words came out before he could stop them. Croaker's eyes sharpened. To whom? Harry's throat tightened. The potion tugged. He chose the safest lie again. Lestrange, Harry said. Bellatrix laughed. He keeps blaming me, she purred. Croaker's jaw clenched. Search her, he ordered. A guard stepped toward Bellatrix, hands shaking, wand up. The guard's fear spiked, and the Dementor turned its hood toward him like it had been waiting. The guard froze. Croaker's eyes narrowed. He drew the boundary line again with his wand, brighter this time. The Dementor recoiled, annoyed, but it stayed near the corner. The guard forced himself to move and patted Bellatrix down, rough, searching seams and cuffs. Bellatrix kept smiling, eyes glittering. The guard stepped back, voice tight. Nothing. Dawlish swore under his breath. Croaker stared at Harry, and the calm in his face thinned into something sharper. You moved it, Croaker said. You had help. Harry's breath shook. Croaker stepped closer to Harry's chair and placed his wand tip near the runes at Harry's temple. Harry's stomach dropped. Legitimacy. Croaker's voice was soft. Do not resist, he murmured. You will only hurt yourself. Harry's jaw clenched. He resisted anyway. Croaker's eyes locked on Harry's, and Harry felt a shove, a cold push into his mind, fingers prying at doors. Harry clenched down, threw up the stone wall, and Croaker hit it like a hand hitting a locked door. Pressure built. Harry's vision flashed. He saw the core for a split second, the pulsing dark, the grooves, the whispering that made his stomach turn. He felt the pull again, and he fought not to flinch. Croaker pushed harder. Harry's breath hitched. His chest tightened. He tasted metal. He forced his mind into something else, a decoy memory, dull and useless. The corridor. The chair. The damp stone. The taste of Veritaserum. Croaker paused, annoyed. Then Croaker shoved again, sliding around the decoy. Harry felt Croaker's magic brush the edge of something warmer, and panic spiked. Creature. The cloth bundle. Hermione's name almost rose. Harry slammed the stone wall down hard enough that it felt like his skull would crack. Croaker hissed softly, like he was impressed and irritated at the same time. You have been trained, he murmured. Harry's breath came ragged. Bellatrix's laugh cut through, bright and sharp. He is not helpless, she purred. Is that disappointing? Croaker's eyes flicked to her. Quiet, he said. Bellatrix's smile widened. Make me, she whispered. Another tremor ran through the floor. This one's stronger. The chair rattled. Harry felt the metal vibrate against his wrists. A shout echoed from somewhere in the corridor outside, distant but clear. Sir? Dementors are moving. Dawlish's face went pale under the mask. They are what? He snapped. The guard outside shouted again, closer now. They are leaving patrol. They are gathering. Croaker's jaw tightened. He stepped back from Harry and looked at Dawlish. It is starting, Croaker said. Dawlish's voice went tight. Because of him, Dawlish snapped, jerking his chin at Harry. Croaker's gaze flicked back to Harry. Because of hunger, Croaker corrected. The mouth is calling. Bellatrix's eyes glittered. She looked delighted. Harry's stomach clenched. If you open the lower door, Harry rasped, you will lose control. Croaker's eyes narrowed. We never had control, he said quietly. We had management. Dawlish snapped. What do we do? Croaker's gaze stayed on Harry. We retrieve the anchor, Croaker said. By any means. Harry's pulse hammered. Croaker nodded once to a guard. Move them, he ordered. Both. Harry's stomach dropped. The guards unlatched Harry's chair restraints, yanking him up. His legs shook. His shoulders screamed. He kept his balance anyway, jaw clenched. Bellatrix was hauled up too. Her smile stayed in place, but her eyes flicked to Harry again quick. Stay close. Harry shifted so he was half a step nearer her. Chains clinked. The guards shoved them toward the door. The corridor outside was chaos. Guards ran past, shouting orders. Torches flickered harder like the air was shaking. The cold thickened and thinned in waves as Dementors drifted through the halls, drawn by something deeper than patrol routes. Harry felt the pull under his skin again, the hum rising, like the prison itself was waking. They pushed Harry and Bellatrix down the corridor. Harry kept his head down just enough to look compliant, while his eyes tracked doors, corners, seams. He marked the nearest stairwell. He counted turns. Left. Right. Down. The air grew warmer again, foul warmth, the kind that made his stomach churn. He knew where they were going before he saw the door. The heavy ruined door. The lower access. Harry's pulse hammered. His wrists strained against chains. Dawlish walked ahead, wand up. Croaker walked beside him, calm, like this was a procedure. 2 guards shoved from behind. Bellatrix leaned slightly toward Harry, voice low enough that only he could hear it. If you die, she murmured, die loudly. Harry swallowed hard. Helpful, he rasped. Bellatrix's smile twitched. Always, she whispered. The door opened. Warm air rolled out, thicker than before. The smell hit Harry like a slap, rot and damp cloth and old blood. A rasp drifted from below, slow and patient. Harry's stomach dropped. They shoved him forward onto the stairs. Harry took the first step down, then the second, chains clinking. The light from above thinned quickly. The torchlight below flickered green. He felt the hum and the stone rising with every step. Bellatrix's breathing stayed steady beside him. Croaker's footsteps behind them were calm. Dawlish's steps were not. Dawlish hesitated once, a small pause, then forced himself onward. Harry heard it and stored it. Fear. They reached the landing. The corridor of chains and rings opened ahead, damp stones sweating. A failure shuffled in the distance, head tilted, mouth open, wet breath rasping out. Croaker did not even look at it. He just kept walking, as if the failures were furniture. Harry's stomach churned. Bellatrix's voice slid in again, soft. See, she murmured. You pulled the mask off. They were always monsters. They just wore robes. Harry did not answer. He kept moving. The shaft chamber came into view. The circular room. The carved pit. The black drop. Harry's chest tightened. His stomach rolled hard. The whispering rose from below, louder than before, like the dark was pleased they came back. Croaker stopped at the edge of the pit and looked down. His face stayed calm, but his jaw tightened. Dawlish hovered a step back, wand shaking. Croaker turned to Harry. You are going to tell me where it is, Croaker said quietly. Or you are going to help me stabilize the mouth another way. Harry's throat tightened. Another way, he rasped. Croaker's eyes stayed steady. A living anchor, he said. Harry's stomach dropped. Bellatrix laughed, low and delighted. Oh, she purred. That is rude. Croaker ignored her. He nodded to the guards. "Chain him to the post," he ordered. Harry's pulse spiked. The guards shoved him toward the metal post near the pit, snapping a chain around his wrists and locking it to the post. The chain was short. Harry could stand. He could not run. Bellatrix was kept back, held by a guard with a wand pressed near her spine. She smiled anyway, eyes bright. The air changed. A Demented drifted into the chamber. Not one. 3. They glided in from different points, cloaks heavy, hoods deep, moving like they were drawn by the shaft like moths to flame. Harry's breath caught. Cold slammed into his ribs. His knees threatened to buckle. Croaker drew a boundary line on the floor again, a ring of light around the pit. The Dementors recoiled a fraction, then hovered at the edge of the line like wolves testing a fence. Dawlish swallowed hard. "It is worse," he muttered. Croaker's voice was calm. "It is hungry," he said. "And it is calling them." Harry's breath came shallow. His mind started to slip, memories pressing at the edges, trying to surface. He forced it down. He focused on the chain bite on his wrists, on the damp stone under his boots, on the sound of Dawlish breathing too fast. Croaker stepped closer to Harry, wand up. "Last chance," he said. Harry's voice came out rough. "You will use me," he rasped. "Then you will kill me." Croaker's gaze did not change. "If you make me," he said. Bellatrix's laugh cut through, bright. "He will make you," she purred. Croaker did not look at her. "Potter," he said, "where is the plate?" Harry's throat tightened. The Veritaserum still tugged faintly, like a hook that had not fully let go. He chose the truth that mattered. "Not here," Harry said. Croaker's eyes narrowed. "Where?" Harry's breath shook. He could feel the Dementors pressing closer, cloak edges twitching, eager. He could not give Creature. He could not give Hermione. So he gave Croaker something else. "The Department of Mysteries," Harry said, and the words landed like a stone. Dawlish froze. Croaker's eyes sharpened. "Explain." Harry's voice went low. "You built it," he rasped. "You regulate it. You feed it. The anchor belongs to you." Croaker's mouth tightened. "You are accusing," he said. Harry's jaw clenched. "I am stating," he said. A tremor shook the chamber. The boundary line flickered. The Dementors surged forward a fraction, then recoiled as the line steadied again. Croaker's jaw tightened. He glanced at the line, then at Dawlish. "We do not have time," Croaker said. Dawlish's voice cracked. "Then do it," he snapped. "Use him." Bellatrix's eyes glittered. She leaned forward against the guard's grip, smile sharp. "Careful," she purred. "If you feed it too much, it will want seconds." Dawlish snapped. "Shut up." Bellatrix's smile widened. "No," she whispered. Croaker lifted his wand toward Harry's chest. Harry's pulse hammered. His wrist strained against the chain. The metal bit deeper, pain flaring. He forced himself to stay upright, forced his breathing slow. Croaker's voice was quiet. "If you survive," he said, "you will wish you had not." Harry stared at him. "If I survive," Harry rasped, "you will wish you had not done this." Croaker's eyes narrowed. Then he cast. The spell was not a stunner. It hit Harry like a wave of cold water poured inside his ribs. His breath left his lungs in a harsh gasp. His vision dimmed. The world tilted. The Dementors shuddered, as if they tasted something new. Harry's stomach dropped. He felt the shaft pulling at him, not physically, but in his mind, like it was opening a mouth under his thoughts. The whispering surged, loud, eager. Come closer. Harry's knees buckled. The chain caught him, yanking his wrists, pain snapping through his arms. He hissed, teeth clenched, head spinning. Bellatrix's voice cut through, sharp now, no longer playful. Harry! She snapped. Harry forced his head up. Bellatrix's eyes locked on his, bright and furious. She jerked her chin once small. Fight it. Harry swallowed bile. His mouth tasted like iron. His breath came in ragged gasps. He forced his mind into the stone wall again, but the wall cracked, pressure pushing through, memories bubbling. Ginny's face, angry and wet-eyed. Hermione's voice, sharp and steady. Ron's grin, forced and brave. Harry's chest tightened. The Dementors leaned. No. Harry shoved the memories down and replaced them with something else. Rage. The failures in the dark. The court pulsing. Dawlish smiling while people broke. Croaker calling him a living anchor. Harry's jaw clenched so hard it hurt. The cold inside him met heat, and for a split second, the pressure shifted. The Dementors paused, confused. Croaker's eyes sharpened. He lifted his wand again. Harry's hands shook. The chain bit his wrists. His body wanted to collapse. He did not. He forced himself upright, breathing hard, sweat cold on his back. Croaker's voice was calm. Again, he said. The boundary line flickered. The Dementors surged closer. Harry's stomach dropped. Bellatrix's smile returned, sharp and reckless. Do it, she purred to Croaker. Feed it. Let us see if you can still pretend you are clever when it starts chewing. Croaker's eyes flashed, annoyed. Harry used that annoyance. He leaned forward, chains straining, and spat one sentence at Dawlish, voice raw. You are going to die here, Harry rasped. And no one will remember your name. Dawlish's face twisted. Fear spiked off him like heat. The Dementors turned toward Dawlish. Dawlish froze. Croaker's eyes widened a fraction, then snapped. Hold your fear, Croaker barked. Dawlish tried. He failed. The Dementors drifted eager. The boundary line flickered again. Harry's pulse hammered. He saw it. The fence was weakening. If it broke, everything in the chamber would become food. Croaker stepped back, jaw clenched, wand shaking for the first time. Seal the pit, he snapped to the guards. The guards hesitated, eyes wide. Bellatrix laughed, delighted. Too late, she purred. The tremor hit again, stronger. The stone floor shuddered. The boundary line shattered. The Dementors surged. Harry's breath caught. Cold slammed into him, into Dawlish, into the guards, into the chamber itself. The shaft whispering rose into a roar. And the dark below answered.